Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, are we warm or cold? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so what you would do for me now, before we really get to start, we've started. Okay, so but what you would do for me is to please fill up the chairs from behind these bigger ones, right? Thank you. Again, if you are with your phones, you can do a selfie with the person sitting next to you, and share. If you would like to, please, we would like you to, share it on Instagram, on LinkedIn, on wherever, and tag that friend of yours. Come on, look at. Share it on LinkedIn, Instagram, wherever, and tag that friend of yours, and invite that friend of yours that is not here again. Tag them to say, we have started. Okay. Come on, go on. I'm going to do a selfie. So you do hashtag Thrive 2025. MUT. Yeah. All right, so I'd like to introduce to us, the purpose of what we have come here to do today, and why we are all gathered. And it's a privilege to have, amazing speaker and lovely panelists join us today. Out of this Saturday is supposed to be a day to be relaxing and, maybe having a coffee just in the house, but they have decided to be here today. So it's such a privilege to have them join us today. Before we do that, do we have a bingo already? Yes? Do we have a bingo? Oh, no. I mean, is everything ticked and... Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes. Just go around. If you have not met anyone, please do that. Meet someone that, the story on that bingo should relate to the person you are meeting. Is that okay? So meet someone now and ask them if... give me one on that list. Okay, if you're left-handed, ask them, are you left-handed? If the person is left-handed, you put the name there until we have a bingo. So we want you to do that in 5 minutes. Yes, please get up on your seat, move around. If you don't have the bingo paper, just let me know. Oh, okay, I'll get that for you now. Okay, I see you. Can I have the... Do we still have the bingo? All right, so it's just part of networking, it's part of meeting people, trying to know ourselves even better and for fun. So if you have ticked everything and you're sure, you just shout bingo in your loudest voice. Okay. Can I have my slide on the screen, please? All right, so please, can you scan this QR code? And in one word, what is one word that captures what you hope to gain from this summit? So scan the QR code and we'll see those things pop up on the screen. You can use that link, slido.com, and type in the number. Knowledge, networking, clarity, scan this QR code and okay, so thank you all for that. I think the bingo is getting tougher now. All right, so can we suspend the bingo and let's have a seat. Can we suspend the bingo now? We might do that during our lunch break, so continue that. No, I still want that on the screen. Yeah, thank you. So from what we could gather from our poll, so yeah, knowledge is the main thing here, and networking. So some said direction, navigation, insight, clarity, inspiration, to be developed, and how to achieve growth. Right, so everything we have here on the screen, shows that we are ready for something great. Right, so again, we have started, and for those of us at the back, we'd like you to please move forward and let's get together. Thank you. Okay, so, yes, you can take it off now. Yeah, thank you. So, we will do something again. I'm just trying to ignite our energies so that we can, get ready for what is about to land. All right, so, yes, can I have it again? All right, so the icebreaker session. So just get your energy level up to 10/10. So if I ask you around the room, I know we have scientists in the house. There is something called sugar level or glucose level. So for some of us, our glucose level today is kind of low. So we need some adrenaline just to, charge it up, make it boost, get it up to 10/10. All right, so are we ready? All right, so it's going to be fun, but you have to be very honest. So what you will do for me is, if you see a question on the screen and the question is you stand up. And after the question, the next question, you sit down, then you read the same question, you stand up if that is you. Does that make sense? So, again, I repeat, if you see the question on the screen, if the question is you stand up. And you sit down again. We'll take the next question. If that is you stand up until we get to the last question. Are we together? Are you ready? Again, it will be fun, but you have to be honest. Thank you. Read it out. Have you ever laughed so hard you cried in public? If that is you, stand up. Okay, sit down. Have you ever walked into the wrong room by accident? All right, sit down. Again, have you ever tried to pull a push door or push? All right, sit down. Thank you for being honest. Have you ever mistaken a stranger for someone you know? Sit down. All right. Have you ever accidentally waved back at someone who wasn't waving at you? Okay, sit down. Is this looking like a punishment? No, it's fun, right? Thank you. Have you ever pretended to know the words to a song when you didn't? Okay. Oh, I don't think I knew that song. Okay, sit down. Come on, read it. Go on. Have you ever missed a flight or a bus? All right, sit down. Now we know why some people are late today. Okay. Have you ever ordered food and regretted it immediately? Oh, why did I even order that food? Okay. Have you ever tried cooking something and completely failed? Wow. Sit down. Okay, let's just do the waving now. I think. All right. Have you ever? Okay, now let's go. Have you ever fallen asleep during a meeting or class? Thank you for being honest, man. All right. Have you ever sent a text or email to the wrong person? Yeah. Oh, okay. Then this next one, my God. have you ever used Zoom or Teams with your mic or camera accidentally left on? Okay. All right. Have you ever had a fashion or hairstyle you now regret? Oh, okay. Have you ever tried speaking another language and totally messed it up? Okay, which language, sir? French. Can you try one?
No, I promised myself.
He said he promised himself never again. Okay. Have you ever accidentally spilled something on yourself at a restaurant? Just trying to open the bottle. Oh, okay. Have you ever forgotten someone's name right after they introduce themselves? Okay, have you met someone today? Have you met someone today?
Don't pick on me.
Okay, let me go to the back. Have you met someone today? Do you remember their name?
Yes.
Tell us.
Abby.
Lovely. Okay, right. Next one. Have you ever jumped on a TikTok trend? Oh, wow. Lovely. And have you ever accidentally hit reply all by mistake? Okay, I see someone. All right, thank you very much, and have a good day. All right, so quickly, I'm just going to do what I've been asked to do, then I'll leave your face. All right, so just want to welcome you again to Career Advancement 2025. And the theme for this year's summit, as it says thrive, navigating change. So we understand that we are in that era where a lot of things are changing, and we need to be in the loop of things, of how things are really changing. Right, so again, it is not because we are doing this. We are not doing this because we just want you to be seated or we just want to feel, fulfill all righteousness. But we are doing this just because it's about impact. It's about getting you to the next level of your career. It's about helping you to see yourself beyond what you even imagine. It's about, giving you the knowledge you desire for that next breakthrough. So, and that is why we've put this together as a community just to build ourselves and to help ourselves. Right, so I'm going to introduce our guests, and I want them to please sit right in front. Okay, so I have in no particular order. Okay, so 1 second, please. So I have Dr. Emma Buck. Is that correct? No, thank you very much. Just wave. Thank you for coming. No, just sit. Yeah. So what you do for me is you wave. You are right seated. Right, so if you are still in the, you have to come forward to sit here. So Dr. Emmanuel Ehosanine. Is he here? Okay. I have Sajel Ahmed. Thank you for coming. I have Williams Rotimi Ogutade. Thank you, sir. You can come forward, sir. I have Okwemipo Adebayo. So Dr. Emma Buck is a senior lecturer in business management at the University of Bedfordshire and the Graduate School of Business, while Dr. Emmanuel Oho Sanine, a PhD, a doctor, enterprise and new business, University of Sunderland. Sajil Ahmed, a principal lecturer in management, University of Bedfordshire. And Mr. Williams Rotimi Ogutade, senior, that's long, practitioner North London NHS Mental Health Foundation Trust, and Okpemipo Adebayo, CAMS, is that what they call it? CAMS, a nurse independent supplementary prescriber, Barnett CAMS Neuro Developmental Team, North London NHS Foundation Trust. That's massive. All right, we have Nigel Donga, Borough Lead Nurse, Newham NHS Mental Health Trust. Please come forward, please. Thank you. Also, we have Akintomiwa Abolade, Principal Software Engineer, NatWest Group. We have Adedeji Oyawoye, Senior Manager, Project Manager, Professional Services, MongoDB. Thank you very much for coming, sir. We also have Dr. Abi Efunogbo, Software Architect, AI and Cloud Enthusiast, Independent Technology Professional. Then we have a keynote speaker for today, Dr. Taiwo Efunogbo, a network and infrastructure architect, independent tech professional. So it's not a coincidence anyways. We have the husband and the wife, yes. In the same field. That's great. Thank you for coming. All right, thank you very much. And the next thing we have now is the education panel. So I'll call the moderator, Odun.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, we are still in the morning. So my name is Odunola Salako, and I'll be the moderator for the education panel. So I'm just going to invite the panelists for this session to come with me on stage so we can start. So the first panelist for today will be Dr. Emma. We want to have you on stage here. Please, let's encourage her with some clapping. Thank you. Yeah, and the second panelist today is Dr. Sergio. Please join me here on stage. Thank you. Yeah, so good morning, Dr. Emma and Dr. Sergio. So the third person, so we have the third person on the panel is Dr. Emmanuel. Please, can you join on stage if you are? Can we just give him, I was made to understand that he's here. Oh, okay. So we can just start then. Okay, yeah. So good morning. Morning. Good morning, Dr. Emma. Good morning, Dr. Sergio. So thank you for joining us today. So basically, we have some questions. We are here basically to explore how professionals, job seekers can go through the changes that we have in the world today, in the world of career, education, career, and every other thing. So before we go right straight into that, I would like you to please introduce yourself, and if possible, if there was any time during your career journey where you had also had to go through or adjust to some changes that shaped your own career as well, we would like to have that. So I don't know, we should probably start with Dr. Emma. So yeah.
Okay, so I've had a much, well, not a traditional sort of journey. into the current career. So currently I'm a senior lecturer at the University of Bedfordshire. I work in Graduate School of Business, and I'm a course leader for the MBA in Hospital and Health Service Management. So I didn't actually have an undergraduate degree until I think I graduated when I was 40. So I came into education very late. So I've had a whole life before starting having the undergraduate degree. I went straight from undergraduate into my PhD, and in a completely different field to what I work in now. So currently I'm in Graduate School of Business. I'm a senior lecturer in business management. My PhD is actually in life sciences. So I have a biomedical science degree focusing on cell biology, completely different to what I do now. I left education and went into industry. I did a knowledge transfer partnership, which is it's run by the government, and essentially that is it links industry with academia to provide economic growth for the business, essentially. And that's what led me into the business side of things. It was a really amazing experience, and it opened up so many opportunities for me. I then was able to join the Graduate School of Business. Initially, and this is a really important thing to do, well, it was important for me, I didn't just walk into a job in Graduate School of Business. I started as a visiting lecturer. I did marking, and then gradually built up my experience, built up my network within the school. And then when the job opportunity arose, I was able to join the school. I mean, I obviously interviewed for a position, and I was fortunate enough to be given that position. But that's not a traditional journey
Yeah.
into. So I'll pass you over to Sajil, because you're more traditional.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Emma. And one thing I got from our journey, it's not too late to start. Can you tell somebody beside you it's not too late to start? It's not too late to start. She had her undergraduate certificate at 40. So it's not too late to start. If you think what you're currently doing now is not what you want to do, it's not too late to start. So thank you so much for that, Dr. Emma. Dr. Sergio, please, can you please introduce yourself as well?
Hello, everyone. So my name is Sajil Ahmed. I'm a principal lecturer in management, and I work with them actually in the Graduate School of Business. And I look after the MSc courses within the school, and also, previously, I was Emma's line manager in managing the MBA portfolio within the school. So as Emma said, right, so my journey has been a bit more traditional. So I come from a business background. My dad had his own business. He had an import-export business, so I learned a lot from him, traditionally from business, and that's where my interest for business grew. So as I was doing my schooling and my undergraduate, I've always taken that business, business subject, traditional business things, because I sort of come from that. Also, my brother has their own businesses, so I understand business in that sense. I've always had this kind of habit of getting myself involved in things, right? So as I was studying, I was also, what I used to do, in terms of, I come from Pakistan traditionally. So in Pakistan, the city I'm from, there's a lot of students that graduate and wants to open up their businesses. And then we have is this thing where we end up having a lot of software houses, like mini software houses and things. So what I used to do being in the UK, I used to, kind of market for them and, send clients. So that's how I used to do business in that sense, as I was studying during my undergraduate, during my master's. And then I went into doing a PhD. Now, originally, I always wanted to do a PhD. I developed the interest of getting into education because I was good at doing studies and, assessment, and all those things. So I thought, okay, maybe that's something I can take forward, and that's where I decided to go into a PhD. And during my PhD, I got opportunities to teach. and that's how I kind of went into actually teaching and education as a field. And again, as I was studying, I haven't had any break. Like like literally there was about 6-7 months that I actually took on an admin job in an office, but that's about it, right? So I don't have a lot of industry specific background, but because I've been involving myself in business related things, so I understand business in that sense. And that's really all have been my journey, and then a lot of my activities has been like research related to what we do in the university, and then and just kind of going up the ladder, sort of things.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Dr. Sergio. So we have our third panelist with us in the house already. His name is Dr. Emmanuel. Please come on stage with me. Let's welcome him with clapping. Thank you. So basically what we were doing is we were just introducing ourselves, our career journey, and if there is at any point in time where we had like experienced any changes that kind of shaped the fact that we have chosen education as a career today. So that's what we've been on to. So if you can please introduce yourself, tell us about your career journey basically. Yeah.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much, Pastor Shegun, for the opportunity to be here. I started in 2013, and at the time I had a dream. I'd come from Nigeria to study, and I had a dream of becoming a vice chancellor.
Ooh.
And so in 2013, I thought, you know what? So how do we go from? What do we do from? How do we go from here? So somebody introduced me to some sort of primary school, something like that. Trying to give me an experience in what I should do. So I got in there and I tried to teach, kids, ages I think 3 to 6 or something like that. It was one of the worst experiences ever. When I got home, I felt like I went to DHL to work. It was strenuous, it was unbelievable, and I was like, I don't think this is for me. And so I tried something else, looked for some other networks, and then they got me into higher education, into further education actually, not higher education, into a college, and then I started. So it was interesting, and I thought, oh, okay. And
is it on? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so thank you. And from there, I started as an associate lecturer at the college, and then we started teaching. I was teaching business because I have human resource, BSc Human Resource Management, and then MSc in Management, and so I started teaching business. Sorry. And then from teaching business, at that level, I progressed to the university, also as an associate lecturer, teaching business. Now, remember, there is this dream of becoming a vice chancellor.
Yeah.
So carried on like that. And so my background has been in business, and then in business leadership, leading programs at foundation level, at postgraduate level, supervising PhDs, and that sort of thing. Well, my story is long, but what I would say is that what triggered my direction in education is the trend at the time. We had a significant number of people coming from Africa to study, and I thought, well, I think this market is good, and this market will be sustainable. And so that triggered, my interest again to say, you can stay here. The second thing is, I thought about it and I thought, can this industry sustain me? Because you have to be in a place where you can be sustained. And I thought, and then, we can talk all about that later, but it did sustain me. And so, yeah, that's in short, that's been the journey. And I've been there, I've progressed from there to consulting in education. During the former president, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, when he was president, I did participate in some consultation in government education. So I've been in places like that because I've been in this direction.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That's such an inspiring journey. And for me, dream big. You just have to dream big, basically. So moving on to the questions I have for you today. My first question is going to be directed to you, Dr. Emmanuel, because from your journey, you had cited opportunity in education. That was why you had decided to continue to pursue. So the question is, looking ahead, like looking into the future now, what career opportunities do you see emerging as education continues to, change and evolve with time? So what are the opportunities you see emerging in that line?
Right, thank you very much. There's so much in education, but one of the things I want to say is that if you want to be in education, you should be ready to adapt. Adaptation is key to survival, and adaptation is key to progress.
Yeah.
In education. You must, because it's changed so much. Now, in the United Kingdom, we have vocational, we have further, we have higher education. So you can be anywhere.
Yeah.
But you have to adapt, which means you need to upskill every time. There's the classroom is beyond PowerPoint presentations at the moment. And so you need to upskill every time. And so in terms of future for education, there is the opportunity to get into consulting, which is really big. Now, agencies of governments and departments of governments around the world are looking for people to give advice, to be part of policy formation, to review policies. So consulting is very big. And so I say to people, for example, one of the opportunities in education is that you can wake up one morning, get into a government project or a project of an NGO or something like that, and make the kind of money that you would have made in 1 year. But you need the skill to be able to do that.
Yeah.
So you need to be vast in understanding trends and patterns. You need to understand why society is changing and how it is changing, and what society needs to do to adapt to those changes.
Yeah.
And so consulting is big. Consulting is going to change the phase of teaching in the future, because a lot of industries around, when we say education is everything. Whether it's business, it's engineering, it's technology, it's everything. And everything is changing. And the government is thinking on how they can change alongside what is changing. And so consulting is one of the big areas. The second thing is that one of the things I see is that skills will change.
Yeah.
And because skills will change, we will have to adapt. And in doing that, we have to think about how we fit into the larger society of things. So you have to, it's going to go beyond your normal campus setting, your department setting, and that sort of thing. So you have to fit somewhere. So the question is, do you have the skill
To fit in.
to fit in?
Yeah.
Because that skill could be anything. It could be IT, it could be supply chain, it could be logistics, it could be anything. And one of the things that triggers these skills is trend.
Yeah.
Something is changing in the market. People are liking something. Government is making some kind of decision. It will require X, Y, Z kind of skill. Are you ready to change?
Yeah.
So if you are ready to change and you want to keep moving, then you change and you keep moving.
So thank you so much for diving really deep into that question. So apart from, one thing he has said is education is not just all about teaching nowadays. When I hear education, the first thing that comes into my mind is, I have to go to a classroom and teach. But it just opened our eyes to the fact that it goes beyond that. You can go into consulting, you can do so many other things. And one key thing for me is also the fact that you have to be very, very adaptative, to the moving world, to the changing world, move with the trend. So I think that's the key point for me there. So thank you so much, Dr. Emmanuel, for that. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. So my next question is going to be directed to Dr. Sergio. We are in a world of technology, and the truth is that technology is actually reshaping everything, including education. We have AI, we have virtual classrooms now. Somebody should please help me. We have virtual classrooms now. We have online learning, People don't have to go to a physical classroom. And people don't even have to listen to a physical person, to learn. So the question is, how can individuals now prepare to leverage on these changes, on these tools, rather than being threatened or being replaced by them, So people might think, if I go into education, what is in it for me in the next 20 years? If they don't need a physical person to teach anymore, people don't need to go into a physical classroom, to listen to this lecture. So how do you think people who want to go into education should prepare themselves, to remain in this place and not being feared, or not being scared of the fact that they might be replaced?
All right, thank you for that question. I think my view, as things are changing, we have access to AI, we had Google and all those things. I mean, learning has become very easy, right? Literally, I don't think anybody needs a degree anymore to develop a skill and even go to a university. That's my personal opinion. You can learn anything and do anything that you like. You have access to AI, you have access to the internet. So it's not really a question of learning through technology, but it's rather having that expert that can guide you and mentor you. I think that's probably our role as educators now, because we are the expert that can guide you, because we've been doing it for a very long time and we've been involved in this. I think that's probably where that distinction comes in terms of me being an educator, where we need to kind of mentor and coach and guide people who doesn't have that guidance. Because I think that another thing is if you look at all the the lectures online and stuff, there's a lot of also things that sounds good, but then that's not real. Again, there's a lot of fake information as well. So it's also kind of if I'm an educator, it's kind of guiding the learners and how do you filter through that the maze of information and knowledge that exists out there. So if anybody's interested in getting into education as a career, that's something they need to develop as a skill. It's not just about teaching anymore. It's about how do you become a good mentor, how do you become a good coach, and how do you become a good guide as an educator. I think that's very important. And also I think just given what we do in the Graduate School of Business, we work a lot with small businesses in the local community. Now, one of the things I've learned over the years is there's always this clash between academia and professionals. Professionals tend to have a very different mindset, and academics tend to have a very different mindset. Now, I think that's probably where the change needs to happen from the academic side, not maybe from the professional side, is that we need to take on the roles of a professional, not as an academic, and that's quite important, and that's where us as educators need to be involved more in the industry to really understand how industry is changing, given that industries are rapidly changing on a daily basis. Because what we teach today becomes obsolete very quickly. So that's why it's again, as Emmanuel said, right? It's again going beyond the classroom, going beyond the campus. I think that is becoming quite essential.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Sergio. So basically, he has touched on one of the questions I actually even wanted to ask later, because I hear so many professionals or employers say, I don't think graduates are ready for the job market, And I also hear a lot of graduates saying, I don't think what they taught me in school is enough for me to get a job. So that's where like the gap that you mentioned come in. So I think that should now go to my next question, which is going to go to Dr. Emma. So what do you think should happen for this gap to be bridged? Like the gap of the expectation of employers is definitely different from what the educators are doing in school. And most individuals, most job seekers, most recent graduates also feel they are not equipped beyond what they were getting in the classroom. It's not enough. They are not equipped enough to get those jobs. So what do you think, how do you think each of these people can position to bridge this gap, really?
Thank you. So, following on from my colleagues, it's more about, I think, higher education needs to adapt, like Sajil just said, to accommodate the business, because it's the employers. We are trying to provide students that are equipped to go into employment, into graduate positions. The problem is, traditionally, higher education, universities, they focus on technical skills. Now, as Sajil mentioned, you can learn anything. There is information. In fact, there's information overload. And what we need to do as educators is provide the critical thinking to our students, so that they become lifelong learners, and that's what we need to be releasing into society, is because they need to be the ones that are continually adapting. So I think the pressure is on educators to adapt to the needs of
the market,
the market, not the other way round. Now, what we bring as educators from an academic perspective, I would say, is those academic skills, when used with oversight and a deep understanding, can be used very successfully to, and we call it evidence-based management, okay? So that's what we have the technical skills, and what we need to do is adapt those to meet the requirements. So, I mean, that's my opinion.
Yeah, thank you so much. So you have spoken to us from the perspective of the educator. So is there any advice you want to give to the job seekers? You know, I feel the responsibility is on everyone, not just the educator. So is there anything that the job seekers or the recent graduate can do to also fit or fill this gap that we already identified that exists? You know, is there any advice you have for job seekers? Yeah. Anyone? Yeah, it was just
Okay,
like a follow-up question.
I can probably give my perspective on this. I think I think for anybody who wants to learn or develop a skill, I think they need to be very clear on what they really want as a career, because we get a lot of students who just come and do a degree for the sake of doing a degree.
Yeah, definitely.
Not for anything, because they just want a piece of paper. They think they can get a job at the end of it. That's not how it works, unfortunately. I think you guys, anybody, who's investing so much time and money into something, you have to have a clear path of why are you doing it, right? Because it's not that you get a paper, you get a job. It's what do you do with it at the end of it. Like I'll give you my example, right? I have done undergraduate. I had so many colleagues. When I was doing my undergraduate, I had so many colleagues when I did my master's, my PhD and stuff. And if I look at everybody from the cohort, now, in my case, I had a very clear goal. I wanted a PhD. I wanted to get into education, and I did that. But when I look at some people who were with me, they had a degree, and some of them are still working in a restaurant doing something. That's where I personally think they lost their way in somewhere or another. If they had a very clear goal in the beginning, they would have went into that direction. And then developing the skills, again, like I said, it doesn't just happen in the classroom. You have to get involved in other things. And I think given that things are changing, you have to constantly learn how to learn, right? You need to be able to if you develop the skill of how to learn, that will take you forever, and you can go into any field if you want. And that's a very, very important thing. And the other question I always say, I mean, given that it's from a business field, do you want to be an employee, or do you want to be an owner of your own career and the path? If you want to be an employee, fine. Then you look at what companies want in an employee, and you work towards what they want in that particular role. If you want to own and be an owner of your own career, then you work on what that skills and what that career path will require.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sajil. So people should not depend solely on what is being taught within the walls of the classroom. It's gone beyond that. So you as an individual, we as job seekers, as graduates, need to step out of our way to identify the exact skills that these employers actually want and try to develop ourselves. We already identified the fact that there are so many learning materials online. You can do so many things on your own. So the willingness to be able to step out and learn outside what is being taught in the classroom, it's also a big deal when it comes to increasing your chances of being employed in your desired career. So thank you so much for that, Dr. Sajil. So my next question will go to Dr. Emmanuel. So many people worry about choosing the right career. People don't know what to do. You don't know if it's education, Everybody, I've had a situation where somebody told me that, everybody is shouting IT, IT. I don't want to do IT, but the fact that everybody keeps saying IT is making me feel like, oh, this thing that I'm doing is not okay. So the question is, what mindset or strategy do you recommend for navigating that kind of career, decisions when it feels unpredictable?
Right. Thank you very much. There are two things I believe that drives how somebody gets into an industry. The first is motivation. The second is trend. Now, in terms of motivation, there's something motivating you. So what's motivating you to do IT?
Is it money?
I don't know. So for some people, it's not just money. For example, for some people, let's say if you're an immigrant, for some people it's paper. Yeah, so there is this industry sponsoring, so if I get a job in this industry, then I'm able to stay in the country. So that's my motivation, so it's not money. So I get into the industry by doing that. So you need to define what is motivating you. Now your motivation, there is nothing wrong with your motivation. Because motivation could be short term, it could be long term, it could be medium term. But you need to be able to see how whatever it is that's motivating you is able to keep you in the market. Remember, I always say this to people. Every industry has a code. In order to get in, you have to crack it. I've seen a whole lot of CVs, and somebody wants to work in construction. He has a retail kind of CV. Somebody wants to work in healthcare. He has a tech CV. You are going to have 200 CVs you will not get in because you are not cracking it. And so you need to think about the industry you are looking at. You need to think about your motivation. And your motivation in terms of the short term, why am I doing this? What is, But then you think about IT, for example, and with Africans, when we bombard anything, we bombard it so hard. When we go IT so hard. We take over the industry, we have nothing left. We get into health, we take over health, there's nothing left to be taken. You get into food, you take over food, there's nothing left to be taken. And you need to understand that every industry is as good as what is happening. Trend defines what happens.
Yeah.
So it is. Some time ago, it used to be project management. Everybody wanted to be a project manager. And then we went to business analysis. And then we went to software testing. And then we went to so many of them. And then the government, for some reason, took off some of those areas from the shortage list. And so some of the motivations of these people died out. So you need to see what is motivating you and how you can sustain that. In the short term, do what you need to do in the short term. In the medium term, do what you need to do in the medium term. In the long term, do what you need to do in the long term. But what is always important is that you must keep moving with the trend. Economy will change, politics will change, legislation will change, everything will change. The question is, how quickly are you ready to change with these things that are changing?
Yeah.
So if you are ready to change, then you will get it.
Yeah, and you also mentioned strengths. You said two things should be very important, motivation and strength.
Motivation and trend.
Oh, trend. I thought
what
you
is
said
happening?
strength. Oh,
you need to understand patterns. You need to understand behaviors. Sometimes you're walking on the street and people say, oh, the government has changed something again. I always say to people, the government will always change something. That's the concept of government. Something has to change. They will always change something. So if the government is changing, how willing are you to change? You need to change. Yeah, change, so change.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Emmanuel. So my next question, we don't really have much time. Please, how many minutes do we have more? 5, okay. So my next question will go to Dr. Emma. Personally, I believe access and opportunities is a very key tool when it comes to being fulfilled in your career, in your choosing career. And I also believe these two things are not equal, yeah? Not everybody have the same access and not everybody have the same opportunities. I will give an example. I was going through LinkedIn the other day and I realized that some specific set of people were getting more jobs in my own chosen career. And I looked at what they had. They had a particular certification. And I said, oh, okay, let me check what this certification is all about. And the certification was about £2,500. And I'm like, no. That's an opportunity that I don't have. No, finances is a constraint for me at that point. Other people who had that finance were able to get that, and they become more employable in that aspect. So what advice would you give to people that found themselves in a more disadvantaged, kind of opportunity or access? How do you think they can level up, even if the opportunity or even if that disadvantaged opportunity is still there?
So it's always going to be tougher, okay?
Yeah.
But so my opinion is that do not underestimate your transferable skills, but not just what those skills are, it's how you demonstrate those skills to a potential employer. Okay, it's not just, you can't just say, oh, I have excellent timekeeping, or whatever it is. Now, if it's to do with a specific qualification, that's going to be quite tough. If they are looking for a XYZ,
Yeah.
That's going to be very field specific as well. So, within education, so working within education, actually we've got generally really good EDI principles. So, within education, typically you are going to be able to use those transferable skills. Now, certain fields is not going to be the same.
Yeah.
If you want to be a medical doctor, saying that I'm really good with
and I don't have the certificate.
but I don't have the certificate. You are going to need that.
Yeah.
There is going to be some skill sets that just, if you need that qualification, you do need it. But I would say there are a lot of opportunities to go around, and noticing, so being aware of the opportunities that present themselves is really key. People will say, and you'll hear them, oh, that person's so lucky, they're always landing on their feet. It's not as simple as that. People put themselves in a position to be able to recognise an opportunity, take advantage of an opportunity. So it's not always as straightforward as, I couldn't get that qualification.
Yeah.
You might be given an opportunity if you are available to it.
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does. Thank you so much. So it's not always about dwelling on what's disadvantage or how disadvantaged you are. You have something, dwell on that. Even if you don't have that certificate, you don't have that access, there is always something to dwell on. Like she said, your transferable skills, your soft skills, sell yourself, how you sell yourself, even if you don't have that, you can still land it. So don't dwell on the disadvantaged part of things. So thank you. We are going to take questions in a very short while, but I'm going to ask my last questions, and that's going to be to Dr. Sergio. And it's just a very basic question, and it's almost related to what Dr. Emma has said. People always say soft skills like adaptability, communication and everything are critical. And also that is the place of technical expertise, like she has said. So how do you think balancing both is going to work in the education sector, Is there anyone that is more important than the other in the education sector, or do they have to be balanced? And how do you think individuals should do that?
I don't think it's a question for a particular sector, but I think it's about how you work with your own strengths. I mean, everybody works differently. Everybody have different ways of thinking, but it's kind of finding that that thing that works for you, right? I think that's very important. Like for instance, right? Like I have this habit of constantly putting myself into a situation where I have to go and do something, right? Whether I like it or not, but that's my strength, right? That works for me, but it may not work for someone else. Because some people are very anxious. So if you put them in a situation where they have to do something, they will literally break down. So it's also, again, about knowing your own self and what works best for you in that particular role, right? Whether it's education, whether it's any industry, I think that's quite important. And then work with your strength and develop those skills. I think it's always, again, like I said, you need to be able to constantly learn and learn how to learn, I think.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So basically, you think that even if you have some soft skills, the strength, your personal strength, is something to ride on, that's okay. So thank you so much, Dr. Sergio. Thank you, Dr. Emma and Dr. Emmanuel, for this very, very insightful session. So it's time for questions. I don't know how we are going to do the question aspect. Should people just raise up their hands if they have questions? Should we do it that way? Okay, so please, if there is anybody that has questions, please, if you have questions for any of our panelists, we can quickly take that. Okay. Yeah. We have, let's take, I think we can take 5 questions. So Dr. Taiwo, 1, Dr. Habi, 2, any other person, please. Okay, so we have 2 questions. Okay, let's go.
Emma, don't be scared. Thank you, Emma. Thank you, Saja. And thank you, Emmanuel. My question, number 1, is that as we know that in the last few years now, or let me say almost 2 years now, there have been a lot of redundancy in the education sector, and which make the industry more fragile. Not only in higher institutions, also the budget from the secondary school has also reduced as well. So what will you tell anyone that wants to enter the industry in terms of encouragement? What kind of skills can still make people relevant in that field? That would be number 1. While the second part of the question is not a question per se, just like to encourage anyone that wants to go to education industry, is that if you have a mindset of going to industry, the education industry, you can start by what? Going as a visiting lecturer. If you ask Emma there, Emma started with visiting lecturer, both in education and life science. Sajid, it's the same thing. Emmanuel, the same thing. So if you have a future of thinking about education sector, start going there as a visiting lecturer.
Thank you. So, Dr. Taiwo, your first question, is it specifically directed to anybody or? Okay, so I don't know which of our panel wants. Okay, Dr. Emma.
What the first question was?
Do you want to repeat the first question again?
Was it how to
The
encourage?
industry is fragile now.
Oh, it is.
And people
Redundancy
want to
and
go
all.
into the education sector. So what advice and what skills is more important for people to acquire for them to be in the industry?
Okay, so this is just my opinion, but what I would say, it's two things. One, know what you're getting into. If you think you're going to go into education, in higher education, and become really rich, and you're doing it for the money, please don't. If you work out, and I expect this is for all of us, if you work out our hourly rate, it's very low because it's a lot of work. But it's very fulfilling. So you need to decide what you're looking for. And if you're looking for something that's fulfilling, something that you will have a love-hate relationship, I would say the way to get into it is be very aware of what's happening in the sector, okay? Be aware of trends. So look at the fields that interest you and what's relevant in those fields, okay? And then think, what can I bring to this, to the education sector? And that's what I would recommend, okay? You will need qualifications. So typically in higher education, your lowest qualification, so you can only teach, certainly at BEDS, I think this is sector-wide, you can only teach to the one level below. So if you've got a master's degree, you might be able to work at master's and then undergraduate. For PhD, you have to, postgraduate. So you will need qualifications like that. But it's not as straightforward. You need to have industry experience, potentially, or at least interest in it. And I would say your biggest skill is your enthusiasm. The thing that people are looking for is your enthusiasm, your dedication, your curiosity. So we talk about lifelong learning a lot, and I think that's what you need to bring. So that's my opinion.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Emma. I know I'm not a panelist, but I think I have something to say about that, because I've also been in a situation where people were made redundant, on the job. And one thing for me is anything you find yourself doing, just do it well. I was almost sure that they are not going to let me go because I knew I was doing something well, So anywhere you find yourself, there is a risk of redundancy everywhere, not just in education. But the key thing is whatever you find yourself doing, just do it well. Thank you.
Can I just
Okay.
add one thing? So, just so you are not discouraged with the Emma. No. So if you want to get in, when you get in, and if you want to get in, and I can understand that a lot of people are interested in the money. Yeah, that's true. So if you are interested in the money, go in through the associate lecturer route, which is the visiting lecturer route. I think you will get all the money you need from there. And then that helps again with redundancy. If it's not happening here, you will be there.
Yeah.
If it's not happening there, you'll be there.
Good positioning.
And then you'll be. I know a lot of people who will never work as full-time lecturers because they need the money. And so if you work as an associate lecturer and you work in London, then you'll be smiling. So go through that route.
Thank you so much, Dr. Emmanuel. So let's take our second question from Dr. Abi. Microphone, please.
Thank you very much. Should I stand? Should I sit?
Anyone is fine.
Okay, thank you very much. I think my question is actually going to build on what Dr. Taiwo just said, actually, and some of the answers we already have. So he talked about redundancy and how to get into education sector. And my question is actually for Brian Emmanuel. And that's because you talked about the future of education, you did say that consultancy, as in consulting for government, various sectors and stuff, is the next
big thing, yeah.
Right. So my question is, what is actually, so two things. The other thing you talked about as well, as in Dr. Hema and Sergio, Dr. Sergio talked about where being able to go through visiting lecturer routes as well. Yeah. So those two things, consulting and visiting lecturer, what are actually the routes into those? Yes, we've identified those two items, but how can people actually break into it, get into those sectors? I want to start consulting for government tomorrow because I've got some transferable skills. How do I get that next job? How do I get that next consulting contract? Same thing, I want to visit maybe University of Sunderland tomorrow as a visiting lecturer. How do I actually get my foot into the door at that university? Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. So I'll start by saying, and I say that to students and I say that to colleagues, the biggest thing that the university offers anybody is not degrees and certification. Because when you go to a university, you go for degrees, you go for certification. But that's not what the university offers. The biggest thing the university would offer you, that in many instances we are not taking, you are not taking, is the network.
Yeah, I agree.
If you miss the network, you will struggle with using the degrees. Many times when we did study at the University of Hertfordshire while I was doing my master's, we had the privilege of studying with people who were senior managers in big organizations and this. And so, using those networks is very important. And to get into consulting, you need to network. Networking is the key, is the asset that gets you into consulting. If you are not networking, then you are not ready for consulting. You need to be talking to people, you need to be meeting people, you need to be having conversations, and they will tell you this is happening here, this is happening there, this is happening there. But secondly, you need the skills. Consulting requires that you think outside the box. Because what it means to consult is that somebody is asking you a question they cannot answer. And so if you don't have the head to answer the question, it's a useless conversation. So you need to be a thinker. You need to be able to think outside the box. You need to be a problem solver. You need to be able to simplify complex things. Somebody is talking to you about a big project, and in 2 minutes you are telling them the solution. That is the point. But if you are not a thinker, consulting is not for you. So you need to be a thinker. And in terms of going through the associate lecturer route, I think you're asking, how do we get there? Networking, again, I'll give you an example. So we had a number of people. I've seen it in many instances. People who come over from Nigeria, they were lecturers. Now, it's not easy to come over and all of a sudden you start lecturing in the United Kingdom because you think you're a lecturer in Nigeria. It doesn't work like that. So networking, somebody can give you access, which is the easiest way. The other way is prepping, getting somebody to prep you, to mentor you, to give you mentorship, put your CV together, tell you the way you need to sound. Sometimes people want to get into a particular industry. They are sounding like they are somewhere. You want to get into tech, you cannot be sounding like retail. So you need to sound the way you sound. So you need that prepping. You need that prepping, and the moment somebody is able to give you that prepping, and you can network, those two things, you will get in. And I've seen it a number of times, and I have a number of examples in that direction.
Thank you so much. I think, please go ahead.
I just want to add to what Emmanuel's saying. Definitely networking is important. Now, another very important thing that everybody should know is how to sell themselves. If you cannot sell yourself in terms of that, oh, you're a good lecturer and stuff, you won't get far, right? I think that's where a lot of students and do struggle. They may have all the degrees, all the skills, But then where they get invited to, let's say, an interview, they can't sell themselves. They can't talk about what they're good at. They can't talk about what they can do as a person. So networking definitely important. The next step then, if you know the right person, then go and try to sell yourself to them. And then
Thank you so much. So the last question, sorry, because of time, we have a question here. But before that, I'm just going to say it in a very straightforward language, in layman terms, because most of us came in as students. And what Dr. Emmanuel said is the fact that don't make the mistake of thinking that you are going to school just to learn, you know. One thing is, one of the mistakes that most of us make, I also made that mistake, is the fact that we go into school thinking that you are only going to school to learn, you know, just to attend your lectures and go back home. No. You know, there are a lot of things that you need to tap into, you know, volunteering. You know, they are looking for somebody to be an ambassador in your department. Please go ahead, do it. Join communities, speak to people. It's a mistake that most of us that came from Nigeria make, you know, you just think you want to just go to school. It doesn't work that. It was when I finished school, I started realizing the importance of doing those things alongside being in school. A lot of us that did it, they used it as a pathway to get some jobs that some of us that we just went, even though we came out with very good grades, some of those people are in better places today because of those things, you know, volunteering, doing ambassador, being your class rep, all those things are very, very important here. So it's also a pathway, you know, if you want to do those things. So the last question here is, I think it will be directed to Dr. Sergio, because the person said, the same thing was said generally, like I think everybody kept saying it, learn how to learn. So how exactly does one do that?
Okay, so in terms of learning, right, there's different styles of learning. Everybody learn differently. Some people learn through observation. Some people learn through mentoring, like they need a mentor in place. And some people, again, have the habit of actually going and doing the work. Now, one thing I always advise my students is, especially the business students, is that you're studying business. Why are you not doing any business of some sort? Nowadays, we have access to so many platforms where they can go and start their own business. There's a lot of freelancing things that people can do. That if you don't have a job, go and do something. You may fail. That's completely fine. Yeah, I think one thing is that people are also afraid to fail. Yeah, don't be afraid to fail. That's very important, right? You just go and do it. If you have a skill, go and apply that skill in practice. And you will learn from it. You will fall, you will fail. And then you learn from that failure. That's very important. And now again, talking about, I mean, luckily, you know, we're in a country where we have access to so many different people from all over the world. We're closer to London. There's like all these exhibitions happening. London is one of the biggest cities in the world, right? You have access to so many things that are happening everywhere, right? And through networking, through knowing people, you can learn from others as well. Yeah, that's one of the ways of starting learning to learn. And as you develop yourself within that field, then you will know how to learn yourself what is actually needed for that field.
Yeah. I think it said that the best way not to learn is to learn from your mistake, but it's the hardest way to learn. So try it out, then learn from whatever thing that comes out of it. Thank you so much, Dr. Rajo. So I think that brings us to, is there any other question? Okay, so that brings us to the end of this session. Thank you so much, our panelists. Thank you for the insightful session. All right.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you so much. Please, again, a round of applause for our... Okay, so I'm going to just share, in 2 minutes, just share a testimony of, based on what we've just heard now. I was a student when I came in as a student, and fortunately, I joined the student representative. I was part of the student rep. I contributed to some of the impacts within the University of Hertfordshire. So I also participated in competitions represented the university. And I've never taught I've never been a teacher, but that experience working with students as myself gave me the platform to become a lecturer in college. So you can start from anywhere. So start building your profile, and that way you get yourself to those doors that you want to knock, and you get those doors open. So, right, thank you. I want to give us 5 minutes to stretch, to just stretch and get coffee, tea, water, and we can come back again for the next panel session. Thank you very much. Network, meet with people. This might be your big breakthrough.
WMH Studio.
Thanks. This year,
All right, can we have a seat now? Please, can we be seated now? And let's start the next panel. So, to lead us on that, I'm going to call the moderator, Omotayo Dada.
Everyone, good afternoon. We're in the afternoon already. Yes, so we're gonna have the healthcare session. And I'd like to invite the panelists. First of all, my name is Omotayo. He already said that. But I just felt like I should say it again. I'm gonna invite our panelists to join me quickly. Can I have Williams Rotimi Ogutade, please? Thank you so much. Okpemikpo Adebayo and Nigel Donga. I hope I got that right. Thank you so much. So, in this session, we're going to be discussing the future of healthcare careers, looking at helping people bridge skills, technology, and the human touch. And I'm going to try to take us through, take it like in sections. So I'm going to try to get us to talk about helping people enter into the sector, helping people work with technology while in the sector, helping people focus on also giving the human touch and not just relying completely on technology, as well as then helping people scale in the sector, their career, leadership, as well as like personal development, and then any other thing we have to talk about. Right, so I'll start with Nigel, the first question. So for someone about or thinking of entering into healthcare, what do you think is the single greatest opportunity for innovation you see in healthcare right now, and the roles that you think will drive it?
Wow, that's a really good question. I think I guess to introduce myself, I'm what you call a borough lead nurse, and I work in Newham inpatients. I have worked in Luton and Bedfordshire before, so I'm aware of how some of the services here are designed. And I guess your question really is it looks at what healthcare is like, and healthcare is constantly evolving. There's so many roles that are starting to be introduced within healthcare. I am primarily nursing, but as you know, there is such a huge field, and I'm in mental health. If you're in general nursing and general health, you'll find that there are also much more kind of different expertise which you could venture into. So in acute medicine, you've got general surgery, you've got the likes of the ODP. Those are roles that are starting to evolve, and in acute medicine, you also have ACPs. Then you've got community health, not just inpatient health, community, and then mental health, as I said. Then you've also got learning disabilities, all that. So it's very, very vast.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're looking to enter, I would say you probably need to think, which specialty you want to go into. They generally divide us into, in terms of nursing, they generally divide us into 4 categories. There's usually general nursing, pediatrics, mental health, and also usually you get child nurse. Well, I mentioned pediatrics, child nursing, but also you also have learning disabilities. Yeah, so it varies. Yeah. So think about what you want to do. Think about, it's probably worth talking to someone who's already in the field before, venturing into the industry. And the big thing I'm going to say is that you've got to understand where it's going to take you. What is it that you want to achieve when you come into that industry? Where do you want to be? If you're looking to be someone who comes into it and then decides, you're going to, change direction when you're somewhere up there, then it's also doable. it can work. I'll take, for example, I came into nursing thinking of it in a very linear way, thinking that I'm only going to be a nurse and that's it. I didn't even realize that there are senior manager roles. I didn't realize where I would be, 10 years later. I just didn't think of it. I thought I was going to end up stuck on the wards and being on the wards and that's it. Yeah. But, and I say stuck, it's a nice way of saying, not in the sense of, I don't want to progress. There are people who work on the wards and, enjoy the wards and stay on the wards. So, I only say that because we recognize it as probably the highest pressured area to work in. Regardless of where you are, psychiatry, or if you're in acute medicine, wherever you are, it is probably the highest pressure. But there's a reason why people, who work in A&E stay in A&E. It's the pressured role, but it's very, very rewarding. It has its use, and it has its need in society. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Think about where you want to be. Talk to people.
Yeah.
Who might be able to guide you in the right direction. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Hopefully, you're very you're people to help guide us in that direction.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think this is like a good start for anyone as well.
We are.
Yeah.
And I'll say, I like Dr. Emmanuel's comment around, what's your motivation? It's really important. And we saw when the sponsorships opened about 10 years ago within nursing, we saw a huge influx of immigrants coming to join, as international students, and then becoming nurses. But also we saw an influx in sponsorships directly, say, from different countries coming in to join as nursing staff, from healthcare assistant roles to qualified nurses. We saw a huge influx of that. But all of a sudden now there are caps. Each organization in the NHS, each NHS trust or organization has caps and limits to how many they can sponsor. It's usually based on the performance of and the need of your healthcare trust. So if you're a high-pressure trust who really needs support to recruit, then you're more likely to have a higher quota when it comes to enabling sponsorships for your NHS trust. So it varies.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not one size fits all.
Fits all. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, Okemikwa, I'll direct the next question to you. Nigel had said a couple of things I've picked on. It's not one size fits all. There's a lot of opportunities, and this might be wrong because I'm not in healthcare. I have this notion that if you want to go into healthcare, you have to have had some sort of relevant degree, which in some fields might not necessarily be so. Like in Nigeria, you find people that studied microbiology working in the bank. Do you get what I mean? Is this the case? And what skills, if that is the case, or if that's not the case, that's like the first part of the question. And then on the second part, what skills can people then have or try to get to differentiate themselves? Nigel spoke about the fact that there's a huge influx of people that's come in, and there's now a cap as to how many people can be sponsored, can be employed, especially for someone starting out. What kind of path would you advise, or what skills would you say someone should get to help position themselves for like a career in healthcare?
Thank you for that question. I think, first of all, we just need to correct some notions about healthcare. When people talk about healthcare, they only talk about nurses, healthcare assistants, and that's all. But unfortunately, we have IT techs in NHS. NHS is the biggest, just for you to know, NHS is the biggest employer in the UK. We employ about 1.7 million people in the UK. And within that population, you have the IT department, you have the management department, you have the nursing department, you have the medics, and so on and so forth. And education as well. We have education, we have consulting departments in the NHS. And I think people always limit healthcare to nursing and carers. And I think we need to correct that ASAP. You know, it is NHS is business, just for you to know, it's business. There's a lot of money in NHS, there is a lot of development happening around care setting and putting infrastructures in place. As a matter of fact, AI has been incorporated into NHS right now, and that's in my office, in my daily job, I use AI to do some of my work. So just for us to clarify that. So in terms of entry point, that's the question.
Yeah.
What qualification do you have? Yeah. Like everybody has said here, I think when the education panelists were here, things have evolved. When I joined NHS, I had a master's when I joined NHS as a carer. I'm not going to talk about my journey anyway. I didn't have any qualification. It was a matter of the demand. And as a support worker, you don't really have more skill that you need to join. At the time, I'm talking about 15 years ago. But today, some certain skills are required. You know, some certain skills are required. For example, you need to have things like MVQ. Because
sorry, what's MVQ?
National education. Oh. It's a vocational course that teach you about the care sector and what is required in terms of looking after people. You have, at least you need that basic qualification. And when you're employed as well, you need to do care certifications, which was never the case in our own time. You need to do that, and you need to be, and that will be your probation period. So in terms of the relevant skill that, you know, when the education policies were here, you need to be relevant. That's the question. You need to be relevant in any sector you go. You know, it's not only healthcare sector at all. You need to be relevant. What is needed in that sector? Do I have it? Again, you have mentorship. For example, you want to come into healthcare, you can meet somebody like Nigel who has been there, and therefore, what do I need? They can coach you, they can teach you. It doesn't matter whether you have secondary education degree, or it doesn't matter whether you have BSc degree. I had a master when I started healthcare. I was HCA, even though I had masters, although, like I said, I'm not going into that details. But today, I'm proud. I'm proud. And as a result of what you said, you must have a purpose. I think it was you that said it. You must have a purpose about what you want to do. I knew my story. I know what I want to achieve, and I'm there. And I'm still going further. So in terms of the skills, it's about knowing what that field needs and making yourself relevant and ready to work in that certain fields. And I think you have another question.
Yeah, so it's like about you, I think you already addressed it when you spoke about like there being like such a wide, like lots of sectors within even the NHS. So maybe I'd asked about like, do you need to get like a university degree in like nursing or in like before you can go into those fields? Or is that like that the only part? So if I want to become a nurse, do I have to go to uni to study nursing first? Or is there things I can learn? Can I go to courses and stuff? Or, you know, just that?
For nursing, specifically, it's a specialist area. So you need a degree for that. You need to be trained to be a qualified or registered nurse, just like medicine. You can't say you want to be a doctor and therefore you go for one vocational course and you're a doctor. No, that's not going to happen. But for semi-skilled, I'll call it semi-skilled, that the support workers, yes, if you have a degree, you can do some vocational courses or mentoring that will guide you into your application. Because one thing about interviews, for example, when we're employing people, sometimes you might not have the skill, but the question then is this person teachable? Can we teach this person? Can this person learn? So you might come in and have the right attitude and showing also that I don't have the skills. I think we've been on education interview panel before, and we saw this guy. He has never been in care sector before, and he performed well. And we know this person is teachable. Sometimes about you being teachable, in that field, even though you've not been there before. Yeah. And in terms of, do you need other qualification? For example, one of our colleagues who is a nurse is also into the IT department. They developed the EPMA. So now we use electronic dispensary technology to dispense medication. So the person was a nurse and has moved on to IT department. IT. So, you know, you must just be relevant.
Did you want to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add what he's mentioned is really pertinent. And within the NHS, there are bandings. And those bands follow usually experience, skills, and they're mapped against what we call agenda for change. So within those bandings, for example, the lowest you could get is band 1, obviously. Band 1 all the way to band 9. Okay. Anything else outside of 9 is what you would classify very senior manager, VSM, and that's a different banding altogether, and it has its own process. But yeah, your band 1 would usually be your caterer, your domestic housekeeper, normally. So yes, there is a linear type of structure when it comes to nursing, and medicine obviously has its own different structure. But yeah, in terms of nursing, occupational therapy, all the what we call allied health professionals, pharmacy, all that they are bandings. Yeah, and then obviously in the digital kind of field and analytics, same thing. It follows the same kind of model. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, he's right. If you want to break in, anyone can break into the NHS at the lower levels, like band 2, band 3, healthcare assistants. Anyone can break in there. All you need is passion, kindness, compassion, and ability to learn, adapt, and to show that you are actually going to be able to be teachable as a person. And yeah, sometimes we've struggled to recruit, people onto our wards or onto our services here locally, and we've had to put the posts out internationally. So we can sponsor in exigent circumstances people from many different countries to come and support. And our biggest influx group that we tend to sponsor, I think this is a regional thing, east of England, is Nigerian, Ghanaians, and Indian groups. Those are the 3 biggest usually. And that's okay. Yeah, that's good. Yeah,
that's interesting to know.
And one thing you've got to remember, people talk to each other. What we were talking about networking is really, really important. So it's not that the NHS discriminates against everyone else and allows everyone else in. It's because once you have a stable workforce, people talk to each other and say, come and work for us, come and work here, come and do this. Absolutely. That is allowed.
I think you sort of answered a little bit of the next question I want to ask Williams. I was going to say that Okemiko had mentioned that positioning yourself to be relevant, right? And my next question was, how do I know what is currently relevant in the healthcare sector? So I was going to ask Williams that. So if I want to go into healthcare, whether like as a carer or as a support worker, or even how do I know, or how do I get access to the information to say, I'd like to know what's relevant so I can then make sure I am well positioned for that?
First of all, hello. Good afternoon again. Okay. My name is Williams. Once again. I'm a dual qualified nurse, a general nurse, and a mental health nurse at the same time. I came into this country as a registered general nurse. While in this country, I developed interest into mental health. And I have my mental health nursing in Scotland before coming to London to practice. Back home in Nigeria, I was a lecturer in School of Nursing. The a premier university, a premier school of nursing in Nigeria. Who know that?
Nsukka. Which one is it? UCH, Ibadan.
That's Eleyele School of Nursing. It's the first school of nursing in Nigeria. So it's a premier school of nursing. It's now a college of nursing. So I was a lecturer. From there, I came into nursing here. Before that, as I did my master in social work, trying all other ways, which one will be the best master of jack of all trades, as we always call it. So, but later I came to UK as a general nurse before developing into working as a mental health. Presently, I'm working as a mental health nurse. So, your question again, can you repeat your question?
Is how do I get to know, like someone that is entry level, what skills are relevant currently in like the NHS, so I can position myself to get those skills or to ensure that I am, in a good place.
The entry level into NHS or into health sector is different from each area, any area you want to enter. As a nurse, for nursing, let's take nursing as an example. You might have qualified as a nurse, either as a general nurse or as a mental health or learning disability. We have different areas of discipline in nursing. It's not only general nursing. We have mental health, we have learning disabilities, and various of others. And the qualification, the best qualification you have is your motivation. If you are not motivated that this is the course I want to do, there's no way you can succeed. I remember when I was lecturing, some parents, they push their children to come into nursing. Oh, you have to do nursing. But at the end of, if under 6 months, they are flushed out. Because in nursing, it's very, very technical. It's more of practical than theory, than just theory. So you must be motivated first that this is what I want to practice, and this is what I want to do. And apart from that, your requirements, such as your SSC or A-level, you must be science-based. You must have your 3 science subjects, like biology, physics, chemistry, and English and mathematics. That's 5 basic. You must have it. So, because some of the courses, there's no any, it's based in university. Now, some of the courses, you have to do it together with the medical students. You are running the same lecturer that will teach you, like anatomy and physiology. You have to do those courses together. So they won't separate you that, you are a nurse or you are a medical student. You is the same lecturer that will teach you. You will be in the same class. So for, I think, first level, the 100 level or 200 level, all those courses, you must have your basic requirement before you come into that. But there are other areas in discipline in health sector that doesn't require basic sciences. So that if you want to come in like a healthcare assistance, maybe you might have your degree, or you may not even have any degree. Maybe you have your SS, but there are some indoor courses like MVQ, we call it National Vocational Training. Or you must have one MVQs level 1, level 2, and level 3. It has a level. So presently now, there's no any health sector that we employ you less than level 2 or 3. So you must have that. Unless you want, even in a nursing home, if in nursing home too, they are so serious about this MVQ, you must have it before you are employed as a carer in those fields. And you must have, and the other field like IT, education, you must have your requirement before you are employed to work in those fields. So.
Okay. Nigel?
Just to add on to what Williams has said, you're, like I said earlier, bands 1 to 3, and sometimes 4, you can enter very much easier without having to do any very structured degree program. So yeah, you can enter quite easily. Yeah.
Okay.
But where you start to need what we talk of is registrant level, where you need a qualification, is band 5's going up. To be a qualified nurse, you need to do your 3 years, as a degree. But you don't necessarily have to do that if you've got a healthcare associated degree prior to that. You can get onto the enhanced 2-year master's degree, fast track. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So if you've done, for example, if you've done psychology in the past, and you've got a degree in psychology, you can use that to apply for your 2-year master's. But I must stress to you that 2-year master's is very intense. It's very, very intense. Remember, nursing is 50% theory, 50% placement. You will be active in placements as part of nursing teams or clinical teams somewhere out there, whether it's community, GP surgeries, or wherever. Yeah, could be the wards, A&E, wherever. Yeah. So just remember that it is intense. So if you sign yourself up to 2 years, you need to make sure you're aware what it takes and to get there. Yeah.
Okay.
But 3 years tends to be a lot more manageable. But also look into the universities, because some universities are tougher. A lot of students complain about some of the specific universities. They say it's too intense. You get 5 or 6 assignments that are due within the same day, and you can't kind of organize yourself easily. So it's all about how you organize yourself. Meanwhile, honestly, if you want to come into healthcare, catch some of us here before we leave. If you want entry level and you want to get just a taste, a bit of experience, you can join, the banks, the nurse banks. You can join the OT banks, or as an assistant or something, just to get you, to break you, and just to understand what it's like. Yeah, and it's a great way to taste whether or not this is for you or not. Yeah, honestly. Yeah,
nice.
And volunteer. You can volunteer and come into hospitals as an honorary volunteer.
Oh, okay.
And you can also have those kind of taster sessions, just to see whether or not it's for you. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Those literally most of the skills, but we as nurses, we love compassion. We love people that just want to take care of people, and just go a little bit the extra mile to make someone feel good when they need to be cared for. Yeah, that's what we're after. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So Okwemikwa, I'm gonna move a little bit to talk about the sort of bridge between technology. And you had mentioned that, AI is being incorporated in now. There's a lot and all of those things. What impact are you seeing currently that the emerging technology, machine learning, AI, is having on your day-to-day? And how do you think that is going to evolve as it goes on?
First of all, just to have some clarification, I came from IT background into nursing.
So you're the best person for this question.
So I know how the importance of IT and the importance of emerging technology is all about improving what you already have, upscaling, making things better, And when you look at what is happening in NHS, you talk about the waiting times, you talk about the misappointment, people still on the waiting list for cancer, just for the first appointment for a very long time. With AI, what we're saying, just like what I do at my work, before now, when I'm consulting with, I work with CAMS children, parents, probably maybe in a day I will see 3 people. Now I'm able to see 6 people because of the benefit of the AI. For example, I'm consulting. I don't need a secretary because initially I'll be typing the consultation. I will have to do some paperwork. While I'm talking and doing that consultation, the AI is actually doing all that for me in the background. So I'm finished my consultation, the paperwork, everything is ready. So don't forget, like I said in the past, when I'm consulting with that individual, sometimes you lose that facial contact because you're kind of typing, you don't want to lose anything. There is no that relationship between you and the person you're actually consulting with. With that, I'm able to kind of see the expression, I'm able to assess the person, I'm able to pick up some clues in what they're telling me, and I'm able to do my job more effectively because of the emergence of AI. So with AI, we are now having more, we can see more people, and the waiting time is reducing, and I'm telling you, the future is going to be big, to be honest. And I will say this. In as much as people say AI is a threat to your job, and I like what the lecturer said here, you need to make yourself relevant. It's a tool. Yeah? If you allow a tool to replace you, then that's a choice. It's a tool. You need to know how to work around the tool and make yourself even more relevant. Don't forget, this AI tool is as a result of research people are doing. Like lecturers, they keep on doing research. For me, I qualify as a nurse, band 5. But today, I've upskilled. I'm a specialist. So you don't stay in one place just because you're qualified, you have that 3-year degree or master's degree, and that's where you stop. Okay? So you need to be relevant. And therefore, this AI then becomes a tool that makes your job even more effective. So AI is to make you more effective and more, I learned something from my boss here. He said, there's a difference between being efficient and being effective. You can be effective and not efficient. But you need to be effective and efficient. So the question is, you're effective, you can do your job, but are you efficient? So you're effective, you do the job for 4 hours. But when you're efficient, you can do it for 2 hours. And the same job. So it's about how you use it. And I tell you, AI is needed in the healthcare sector. For example, we need to reduce the waiting time. We need to see people, quicker, give them treatment that they need so that people don't continue to suffer. And that is where I'll say AI is much more relevant. Even in the future,
yes,
we will need it.
Yeah.
In terms of care, when we are rendering care for the patient, using AI of recent, it really improved the care. I'm in crisis team. I believe many people know what the crisis, mental health crisis team is and things. We engage with we are the first contact of patient that has mental illness. So, and we have to see them first before they were either sent to the hospital, or either they are admitted to the hospital, or they are treated at home. And when we come to assess, our work is full of assessment. With the use of AI, the assessment, make assessment a bit more easy. Where you can assess 2 patients before or 3 patients before AI, now you can assess up to 6 or 7 patients. Because as you are assessing, the AI is working on the once you set it, it's working underground. And you don't miss any point. All what the patient told you and the interview, all are recorded, and it will give you a specific diagnosis, what you call diagnosis, a care, and you're able to analyze what exactly, how do you want to treat this patient? Can this patient be treated at home? Can he be sent to the hospital? Or how do you want the patient to be? So AI is with the development of AI is very, very important. And even working in the office, before, you use paperwork, you write everything on the board. We call something like blackboard. It's no more in use. With the AI, so we protect our patient confidentiality. We have just like a screen of which we document everything on your laptop. You document it, it transfers to the screen, and that's AI development. And it's very, very easy, and make your work easy. You develop interest in the work, and within, you don't even know the time, whether the time is going, no stress at all. Your patient will enjoy and everything. So it's really, really good. It depends on how you use it.
Okay, Nigel.
Yeah. Yeah, the AI is changing everything at the moment, and it's one part of what we would call digital health. And we've seen an evolution from COVID that, some of you here work in healthcare, some of you have worked with me before, where we used to sit in meetings, and we had to meet with each other face to face. But actually, now we can have 10 meetings in a whole day, and usually about 10 different things. Whereas before, you were very, very reliant on people being in front of you. There is an absolute place for face value conversations, but it's also transformed the way that we do things, and we can get information across to people very, very quickly, and formulate a diagnosis, as you said, quite quickly, to support. The only thing I would say is you've got to be careful to not lose that human connection with people.
Yeah, I think this you're leading.
Have you ever been to your GP and you felt like your GP isn't even listening to what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. All they're doing is just reading through a book, or they're just looking on Google, and then they just prescribe you and say, go on your way. So you
drink water and sleep.
You get what you came for. You get your prescription, but you don't feel any different. You don't feel like, so when you get a GP that's connected with you and speaks to you, they'll look you in the face, they'll speak to you and tell you what you need to do. They'll give you extra nuggets of gold, more than just a prescription to say, this is what you need to do. And when you leave that room, you feel so good, fulfilled, and you feel, actually, I got sound advice. Yeah. And remember, everything that you learn, and healthcare is like this. It's a very strange thing. It's not like any other job where, you learn a lot that will support you to support others. So if you learn something about what you're going through, the only, we're in a church community right now. What you've gone through can help someone else and shape the way they've experienced something. So there is something about how you still need to have that human connection. And, with AI, we are seeing a change in skills. So, you've got to come to a job with IT skills, with better skills, with an ability to kind of adapt very, very quickly. But also what we're also seeing is that you need to be able to use those, to grow those skills and not stay stagnant. Otherwise, AI will replace you. Yeah. So what we're finding most is that the jobs that are suddenly under consultation or starting to go are the non-clinical roles, the roles that AI can just replace quite quickly. So yes, there is a need to develop and to stand with the times. But I will say this, there are some nurses I work with on the wards. I can tell you right now, they are so connected to patients, and there's not one single thing that a patient can say that's bad about one nurse because of how good they are and how relatable and how much human connection and how well they care for you. Yeah, and yet you'll find another nurse who has got the greatest IT skills, the best, skills, and knows how to use AI, and they get the most complaints. So it's all about service users' experience and how, you still foster that connection despite all these other things that
Using
are coming through,
yeah.
you will never lose the value for that clinical work if you are that type of person. Yeah. So again, goes back to compassion, what we talk about. So if you're able to kind of still have that human connection, it works. Yeah.
So that actually is like my next going to be part of my next set of questions, but I think you've covered like some of it. And so I was going to ask, well, I had like two, so for everybody, what, I know that with AI, people have a lot of ethical concerns. And, you know, we've got diagnosis tools, we've got all of those things. How do we, what kind of comfort can you give, or how do we manage these ethical concerns that I don't want my information being somewhere on the internet or somewhere, you know, if there's a data breach or whatever, like it's on the dark web or something, or my data is being sold. How do we sort of manage using this technology with, you know, balancing it with the ethical concerns, especially around healthcare is very, very sensitive, you know. Sharing people's information is not, yeah.
The thing about ethical dilemmas, it will always be there in any business, especially when it comes to confidentiality. And that is why, like I said, you know, within the NHS, for you to use a particular product, for example, AI is a product. So, of course, there will be ethical guidelines around it. In healthcare, before you use any product at all, you must have gone through the business case. It must have gone through, you know, discussions, rigorous testing, and so on and so forth. So when it comes to the end user, because sometimes most of the time we are the end users. We have our guidelines on how to use it. So before you use AI to consult the patient, you need to let them know this is what you're doing. However, this is something that will keep them safe. It's not going to make them vulnerable. We know there are people out there sourcing for way to get into database. NHS has been hacked before. That's why we rely on these guys, you know, the tech guys, to make sure the back end is protected, because we are just end users, and you know, we rely on the IT department to make sure that the this particular product is safe, to make sure it's secure, and that is why every day, things I imagine, people are trying to break into your network. You have to also upscale to know how to kind of block them. So it's a war between the good guys and the bad guys. That's just in cowboy war, you know, the good and the bad, you know. It's always there. The evil and the good are always there out there. But we rely on our IT guys. We can only reassure them to say the product we're giving to us, we believe our tech guys will manage the back end, will manage the database, and nothing will be stolen. That's the reassurance we can give our clients.
Okay.
In health sector, I think, if I'm correct, I believe health sector are the sectors that protect the confidentiality of their clients, that the patient, more than any sector, I can believe. To the extent of, for example, let me give an example. If maybe you're a couple, your wife maybe wanted to know something about you, or you are the husband, and it's not the next of kin. So I just maybe come by that you want to know something about your record and this thing. So you will never divulge the record of an individual to another person unless there's a consent with it. So we protect the confidentiality of all our patients, which is very, very important. And in addition, the technology development, I believe everybody had what last week in Labour conference about the development of what the Prime Minister mentioned regarding their new innovations of sorting out the waiting list, and that in 2027 or something, that there will be improvement in the consultation and of which it will reduce waiting list. I think they wanted to rely on it's more or less like AI issues, of which it's actually, if they followed that trend very well, there'll be a lot of improvement in the waiting list, of which waiting list will reduce drastically, and everybody will have smile or have time to be consulted without any problem.
And I think just to steer you, I think what Williams was talking about was the patient ID, the ID that is biometric and allows you to then, you can access your health records, everything. Yeah. But actually right now you can access your own GP records through the NHS app. You can see exactly what they've been writing about you, when you had a consultation, when you went in there. So there's a little bit of comfort, going back to your question, in looking at what exactly was written about the appointment that I just had 20 minutes ago. And it's done that quickly. You can see it that quickly. There are some things that we're still working on that need to be quick, like bloods. Like you get bloods done today, you can't see them for another week. Yeah. What's that about? Because if there's something wrong with your bloods, you want to be able to see it now, isn't it? Yeah. You know, so those are the kind of things that I find strange. Yeah. But it's all down to systems. And yeah, so I guess there's a little bit of comfort in being able to see what you just discussed. But yeah, it's a really hard one because, you know, some of these systems and some of the clinical entries, you know, it's very easy. Ope could make a mistake when he writes a note, very, very easily. And you know, you would have to, you know, if we identify that mistake, we normally as an organization own up to it very, very quickly. And, you know, you've got something called the Patient Knows Best portal now, where you can, you know, select, where we can select and say, actually, Omotayo wants this record to be viewable on her record. And so that if you're here in Luton and you decide to end up in A&E in Manchester, they'll be able to see that record through your emergency GP access record. So it's those kind of things that, you know, giving people the option to have their, you know, information shared or not. I think that's important. I prefer that, to be given an option than to be not given an option. Yeah. So, I agree. Yeah.
One more thing. Okay. I think there's one thing with the healthcare, especially NHS. There's something we say, lesson learned. If you remember about how many years ago when NHS data was stolen. So now NHS is actually spending a lot of money on security or protecting people's data. So people should be kind of relaxed and be sure that their data is safe. I know that people still try, but NHS is probably doing a great job in making sure people's data remains safe.
I understand. I work in fintech, and threat actors are not asleep. They're always trying. So yeah, I have a lot more questions to ask, and I know we have lots of curious people with a lot of questions as well, but we're running out of time. So I'm just gonna ask this last one for everyone as well. How do you manage like the emotional weight of your healthcare career? Because I believe that people that work in healthcare are God's strongest soldiers. I don't think I have the patience personally to do a lot, but I know it can be a lot to balance the work and life and dealing with, especially Williams said, is a mental health nurse, dealing with people going through mental health crises. How do you not ensure that it doesn't affect you as well? Because your mental health, your own health as well is very important. So how do you ensure that balance and, you know, so that I can also help someone that's maybe currently going through something?
Yeah, as you protect yourself, your employer at the same time protects you. Presently, if you go out to see a patient or to do any assessment, there's something we call an alarm. We always have that alarm. And that alarm will really help a lot. If you encounter any problem at any place, once you press it, under 5 minutes, you receive an instant call from the police. They be with you. Are you safe? Even if you didn't, they have already seen the location you are, so they just want to, and if they see that you couldn't answer, immediately they have to. So it's really that they protect. There's a lot of protection for it. I remember 2014 when I joined the mental health team in Barnet. So I visited a patient at home in the third floor. So I went there around 4 o'clock in the evening to administer medication to this patient. So, when they're at home, there's nothing, they're different from when they're in the hospital that
They need controlled.
Something to identify them. So I called the name when I leave the bursar from the ground floor. A grandmaid access to come in. So when I came in, asked the name, he told me his name. So I was okay. Can you bring something for me to identify you, like just a letter to this thing before? I can't just give a wrong medication.
Yeah.
So he said, I'm coming. So I was preparing the medication. So I focused preparing the medication. The next thing I had is, something on my head, blood everywhere. So you have to be struggling. The door is already locked. So, but we have been taught the techniques of how you can rescue yourself in case of danger. So I rescued myself. I came out. From third building, it was still chasing me.
Wow.
So I came down.
Scary.
My glasses, remove my glasses, squeeze my glasses out. I came down. Luckily, by the time I was on the ground floor, those communities in one area, the community security people, I just fell into their hand down. So they had one that rescued me. They called the police immediately, and I was rescued. So in that case, it's very, very, there's a lot of dangers, but you need to protect yourself. There are some patients of which, especially in the mental health, you don't visit patient alone. You have to be in peers. But this patient that I visited is already, we are already assuming that this patient is getting better, so it's okay that we can visit him alone or to give medication. So, but it happens, but there's nothing we can do. It's the illness. So even they try to charge him, but that's because it's ill, it's a patient. That's less that we can do. But you need to, but the employers always protect you. They take care of you for all that happens. So,
when it comes to how you kind of manage the stress that comes along with the job, I think NHS is doing a very great job in terms of providing what we call clinical supervision. So you have what we call clinical supervision every month, whereby you meet a senior person. So if you are a band 5, you meet a band 6. If you're a band 6, you meet a band 7, 7 meet 8, your line manager, where you discuss issues, because what we've identified is that sometimes your personal life can be affecting your output and how you work on the ward, and we don't want you to get to a situation whereby you make major mistakes and you lose your livelihood. So what we do is try to identify how we can support you, what are the challenges you are going through, and also to make sure that we provide and make things available that make you more efficient and effective. Apart from that, we also do what we call a yearly appraisal, whereby you kind of identify what else you want to do. Okay, I'm a nurse. Is there anything else I want to do? Something to motivate you. For example, I'm a clinical practitioner right now. I was a band 5, so I was sponsored to go and do another master's to become, this is how you identify to make you love the job you're doing. So there's a progression. It's about you trying to sort out what do you want to do in future. So there's that opportunity. And of course, colleagues as well. You can actually talk to colleagues. And if I'm correct, when we do interviews, that's one of the questions we ask you. How do you manage stress? How? Sometimes it's about taking your breaks. Make sure you take your breaks. It's very important. You know, it gives you that opportunity to breathe and recalibrate and then go back to continue and finish your day. So it's one of those things that we do. So NHS is actually doing well in terms of making sure that work-life balance is actually looked into, and they provide support and majorly, of course, when you're going to bereavement, we have bereavement support. We have so many support. I think Nigel will give you more details on that. So we have so many departments that can actually support you. But unfortunately, not all staff knows this because, you know what? They don't read their policies. There are policies that are in place to tell you what you need to do in certain circumstances and certain situations. And it's because people don't know what they need to do in certain circumstances. That is why they find themselves in issues that they can't, actually explain or get themselves out of. But the support is there. Just make sure you read your policies. If you are working in the healthcare sector here, please read your policy and understand it. If you don't understand, approach your manager and they'll explain that to you.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very loaded question. And yeah, there's a lot. We are probably, and when I say we, people from diaspora are more likely to be the ones that work like crazy, that rake the hours in. Yeah. Honestly, yeah. And remember, nursing is the one area where you can do that. Other professions, accounting, working Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. A lot of my friends are in different industry. And they say, well, you're lucky. At least you could go on Saturday and Sunday and pick up a bank shift here and there. But what is the impact of you working on weekends? You don't get to see your kids. You don't get to be a present father. Come on, as black fathers, there's a massive stigma. We need to be present, particularly, yeah? It's a real, real big problem that we tend to go and work, make money, and we look at the here and now as opposed to the longevity game, yeah? We don't look at the long game. We look at the short game. So there's someone you're affecting when you do all that, definitely, yeah. And I always say to my wife, that she is amazing because she's allowed my career to progress. And very early on, we set those goals at an early stage. And we said, okay, kids have come through. This is what we're going to do. We're going to hold your career, but we'll advance mine. And then when the kids get older, the next thing will be to advance yours, and I'll hold my career. So there is something about how you manage that at home, how you ensure that you've got that understanding. Otherwise, you'll go insane. Yeah. If you're working in a mental health hospital, do you not think that you're going to carry baggage home? Yeah. Of course, you're going to carry lots of baggage at home, definitely. You're going to be more moody. You're going to be difficult sometimes. You're going to just, have anger outbursts from nowhere. There is so much. Or you lose your emotional intelligence because guess what? You've been putting it at work all day long. So there's impact. Yeah. What I'm trying to say, there is definitely impact. You are going to get to a position where you need to. So you really need to take care of yourself. Yeah, we've spoken about how the employer can take care of you, but there's a lot of anecdote in that. Not every employer will take care of you. So you need to read your policies, know what's available for you, and what support is out there. It's not just your employer, the government can also help you and support you in those situations because you do work in high-risk areas. Wherever you work with humans 100% of the day, you will have a lot of baggage to carry home, yeah? Because you're constantly interacting with people, yeah? Honestly. I'm in meetings for most of my day. When I get home, do I want to see a screen or a computer? Then I find my kids on the screen or I find my wife saying, come, let's watch a movie together. I do not want to watch a movie. I just want to talk or be left alone for a bit because I've been interacting with so many people all day, yeah. So there's definitely impact, and that you need to take care of yourself. At work, we spend some time, and we have these huddles every Friday and Monday. What's our self-care going to be like this week? What are we going to do? You know, and we're not talking about work, we're talking about self-care. Are you going to go to the gym? Are you going to go play tennis? Are you going to do something different? Are you going to go watch football or do something different that is not work-related? Because trust me, when it comes to healthcare, it can easily take over your life. Especially us people of color, we want to make a great impression. We sometimes have to work harder because we want to get that promotion. We do. The numbers tell you. We've got the NHS WRES, Workforce Race Equality Strategy, tells you that a lot of people in senior positions are not black and are more white because number one, there are less positions in that senior role, and also there are people who've been in those roles for years and years and they don't move away from them. So where do you find most of the BAME staff members? At the low level, band 3 to 5 or band 3 to 6. But anything after band 8, you start to see such a really clear picture that there are no opportunities or there are lack of opportunities. Yeah. So yeah, you've got to also try and make an impression, and that's something that most of us would do to make sure that we stand out of the crowd. Yeah. So there's that little added pressure as well that most people usually put on themselves to make sure that they stand out from people. So you've got to understand that too. Yeah. So yeah, lots of self-care and knowing what's available to you is really, really important, like what my colleagues have said. And Williams described a very horrific incident. And, you've got to make sure that your employer supports you with those kind of things. That's crazy. Yeah. Because, being attacked and it's not why you came into the industry, is it? Yeah. You came here to take care of people, not to be attacked. And yes, they are unwell, but even those people that are unwell are a risk when they are unwell. So that's a forensic issue. Yeah. Because if you commit murder or if you hurt somebody while you're under the influence of drugs or whatever, if you're psychotic or if you're unwell, that meets the criteria for forensic admission in hospital. Prison first, then we assess you in prison to come back into forensic services. That's how it works. Not the other way around. Yeah, you don't come into acute services and then go the other way. So yes, you still have to make sure you press charges, and a judge somewhere will probably see that this person was unwell and will divert them to forensic services. But if you don't press charges, don't do anything about it, what's going to happen? It's Ope who's going to get it next, yeah, because he just happens to be there, and yeah, it's going to be Emma that gets it next because she's going to administer medication. You have to make sure that there's some kind of record or something that shows that that risk is indeed there. Dynamic. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll just let Williams quickly go, then
Can I say something? Please, the youngsters, don't be discouraged. Don't be pushed away and be discouraged. I can assure you and reassure you that healthcare sector is still the best. It's still the best that you can join, and there's no any age limit. You can be 30, you can be 40, you can have even your masters before you start nursing. You will do with your degree or anything. You even do better in nursing than any other thing. Please don't be discouraged.
Thank you so much. Because we've run out of time, I would take at most 2 questions. If we have questions, do we have anyone with questions? Okay. So I saw him first and then him. So just the 2 of them. Apologies, we've actually run out of time and I've been getting signals for the past 20 minutes. So please, can you? A few.
Okay, I will limit it to one, because of time.
Yeah.
So you said earlier that the reasons why nursing and healthcare, I feel the reason why nursing and healthcare assistant jobs is more pronounced is because of the easy accessibility. The entry requirement is very low.
Yep.
And, now we see different laws coming up and it's making it more difficult for people to come in through that medium. And for me as a person, for instance, I would want to rather work because of my background, I have a management background, right? And what would you advise me? Would you still advise me to want to go in, if I want to come into NHS, for instance, would you advise me to come through the entry, the low bands, or I should just focus my skills on getting very equipped to be able to work in the management sector or in the IT? So that's my question.
In most of the universities, especially in UK now, they are adopting, there's a course which has been done, we call it fast tracking. And this fast tracking is developed for those who are having degree and assign your degree, though your degree has to be science based. It must, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter whether you did your biology, chemistry, or physics, but maybe a science based, maybe you are a degree in chemistry or physics or mathematics or this thing. So they encourage them to come into nursing, and it's fast tracking, which is 18 months instead of using 3 years. 18 months or 3 years, and you finish. They are always with degree. So it's really, I encourage you to come in if you want to do that.
I can catch up with you after, but every situation is different, isn't it? But if you're looking to, the problem with nursing is that it's so linear, yeah, and up until a certain level you need registration to practice in specific areas, unless if you are a senior manager of Unilever, and then you decide to move across to senior management of a borough as a borough director or something. That's different because there are lots of business connotations, but anything in between those where, there's some roles that are very clinical. For example, my role is such a perfect blend. It's clinical, it's operational, it's management, it's all sorts. It's a crazy blend of stuff. But I wouldn't understand, you can't come into my role because you don't have that clinical base. But you could go into a very similar role as a managing director if you've got the experience. But again, you need to know how all the services work. You would have to have that scope and that idea of how the services work, because when you go to interview, you'll be less favorable because you don't have that experience and that idea. And going back to your question, the idea of you having entry level, such as NVQ's care certificate, it makes you the better candidate out of 100. I'll tell you, I'll be honest with you, I put a post out a few months ago, and it already had 100 applicants within 30 hours of me putting the post out, within less than a day, yeah? And that's just entry-level healthcare assistant posts, yeah? And I was looking for 15 people. There's no way I was able to. So when I shortlisted, I was shortlisting by who's got what, who's got MVQ, who's got this, who's got that. So it makes you more favorable when we're shortlisting, and that's the idea, yeah.
Okay. So yes, just that's going to be the last one. So anyone else that has questions can always meet the panelists afterwards.
Thank you so much. My name is Joel Daniel. Thank you for your grand expositions. I mean, the clarity bringing in is quite key. 2 weeks ago, I was having a chat with a friend, and based on the conversation, I was forced to download the NHS app, okay, just for personal review and see what can be done in terms of confidentiality. I came across a few things I feel I shouldn't share on this platform, maybe catch up with you, because I feel there should be some improvement, because right now I feel my information can be gotten by someone. Okay, those very critical information, medical information that I don't want out there. For some reason, I think I shouldn't say it right here now. Maybe catch up with you, show you some of those findings I got in terms of analyzing that app. So I could just pass the mic to someone else that have a question, maybe catch up with you after this. Or if you want, I can go on with my findings.
Okay, so
it sounds dynamic. So let's catch up after. Yeah, easier. Yeah.
okay, so I'll just round up now. So, thank you so much. I'm sure we've got lots of people that will definitely want to talk to you, but because we've run out of time, we'll just have them talk to you individually during one of like the networking sessions. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you, everyone.
All right, so again, a round of applause for our panelists for doing justice to those questions. It's looking like hot seat right now. All right, so we are going to have our lunch break. So we can, move to the foyer there, get a snack, a bottle of water, a drink, help yourself. And at the same time, mid-network, Nigel said something. I think I noted it down. So he said, if you are looking into entry-level roles, he said, we need to catch up. So you need to catch up with him. All right, thank you so much. We have 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes to quickly do that. So we'll come back at 2 o'clock. And then we are going straight to the tech panel. Then after tech panel, we are looking into brand, how to do your personal branding and how to, optimize your LinkedIn after the tech panel. And we're going to have somebody who is, from information, from record, from profile, someone who is going to be giving us the keynote speak, and we end it there. So thank you very much. Have the snack, help yourself. Come. It's a full power-packed day, and we are here to learn according to what you said. We're already there. Knowledge, insights, getting those information. All right, so thank you. The foyer is just there, outside there. Pick a snack, water, then drink. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. 2 additional minutes. Let's, if you have empty bottles, nylons, papers around you, I'm going to get a bag where we'll put it now.
The groundbreaking iPhone Air, a completely new member to the iPhone family. And finally, iPhone 17.
Echo. Echo. Echo.
All right, can we settle down, please, as we start the next session? All right, can we settle down? Quickly. Please, I would like us to come forward so we can, fill the empty seats in front of us. Thank you. All right, to lead us in this session, ladies and gentlemen, please help me make welcome Mr. Babajide. Okay. So, yeah. All right, with a round of applause, thank you.
Okay. I want to try and avoid saying praise the Lord. Because I'm on the altar. Okay. So, I believe we are all have been enjoying ourselves, and also not enjoying ourselves, but having something to learn and taking something away today, which is very, very important. And again, the networking is also key, which I believe we are taking advantage of. Okay, sometimes this kind of opportunity comes just once in a while, and it could be for you. So please take as much advantage. So it's time for us to talk about future-proofing tech careers. So I know a lot of us have been waiting for this moment. And, we've always been hearing, I want to transition into tech. A lot of us coming from, different backgrounds, especially from African countries or any other countries from the world. And then we come to UK and then we find out people talking about tech, people, earning as much as 500 pounds per day, 1,000 pounds per day. And then you look at it and say, are you serious? Yeah, transition to tech, And then when they start, they find out that there are a lot more there's more to it than just, than just the 500 pounds per day. So I believe we're going to hear from some of our experts here today. And I will welcome them to the seats. And then the first of all is that I will be calling up to the podium now is Akintomiwa Abolade. Let's a round of applause, please. Let's appreciate them. Thank you, sir. You're welcome, sir. So Akintomiwa Abolade is a principal software engineer with NatWest Group, and I would leave it there. So he's going to still introduce himself for us. And then the second expert I'm going to call up here is Adedeji Oyawoye. He's our own father here. We all know him. So he's a senior manager, PMO, professional services, EMEA, MongoDB. So you can see that we've got great experts, those that would really tell you, much about your transitioning or whatever it is we're going to be discussing today. I've got some questions for them because I myself, I'm also trying, as it were. I wouldn't say I'm expert as they are, but so yeah, they're in good hands today. I've told them I'm going to fire them today enough. So please get ready to learn a lot from them because they've got a repertoire of knowledge in that area. And then the third that I'm going to be calling up here, the third expert will be Dr. Abi Efun Ogbon, right? Yeah. Because when I think about the name, I remember when Ogbon in Yoruba means what? Wisdom, yeah. So you can see that we've got a lot of wisdoms, in front of us, please. And if you are outside, I think it's time for you to come in, right? So she's a software architect, AI and cloud enthusiast. That's great. And then she's an independent technology professional. So let's give them a round of applause once again. Let's welcome them. Okay, so because of our time, I will just give them maybe 30 seconds to introduce themselves. So I will start from you, Ma.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Habi. I am AI and cloud enthusiast, as you rightly said. And I manage different teams, like up to 5 different teams of developers, ranging from normal software developers to DevOps team to QA team and stuff like that, and try to architect the solutions for them as well. My journey started just immediately after I graduated from university. I didn't study anything software, but I used software when I was in school. I developed an application when I was graduating. So I studied chemical engineering, but my final year project involved a bit of developing software there. And it was amazing because my first code was when Prof gave me a book. That was many years ago. Yeah, Prof is my husband, sorry. Gave me a book that his mom sent to him then in Nigeria, and that book was on Visual Basic 6. And it was just click on this, Open Visual Studio, click on like Hello World, basically, the Hello World program. And then I saw the thing performed. I was like, oh, magic. I couldn't believe it. And since then, I developed interest, and started writing codes. So when I was graduating, my final year project in uni, it was actually writing chemical software for chemical processes then, and I got a distinction. So it was really good. And when I was in uni, before then, I was already awarded the best female engineering student at the time. So with the final year project, it just meant I had a very good GPA, and that kind of motivated me to get into IT. So when I was going to go for my first professional role, it was no-brainer. Yeah. I just went for software development. And from there, I kind of grew, right? Lead developer, architect, managing. But I don't like using titles, if that makes sense, so I just leave it as software architect. So that's my journey so far, and here I am, and I'm so excited to be here because I have strong passion in actually talking about IT, talking about technologies, talking about how the world is evolving and the future of work as well. So excited to be here, and thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abi. Let's give her a round of. Now, one thing I noted from what she said, I don't know if you noted, is the transferable, there's something called transferable skills, right? She said her background is in chemical engineering, if you get it. But, most of us would think, how does a chemical engineer now, transition into the tech? You get? And if you find out, she mentioned something about, she talked about, writing codes, right? And at a point, getting into a situation whereby there was an advantage for her to use the transferable skills she has in the engineering, industry, chemical engineering industry, to now bring it into the IT world. So that is the transitioning we are talking about. So that tells you that regardless of your background, if you are here, definitely there's a room for you to what? To transition. Thank you very much, Ma. Okay, I'll go to Pastor Adedeji.
Thank you so Thank you so much for the privilege to be here. So, Adedeji Oyawe, called at work Ade. My journey in tech actually started from when I was quite little. I used to break things a lot. And because I wanted to see what was working in these machines, and it was said concerning me that you would be an engineer. So I went on to study electrical computer engineering in school. I also had the privilege, because I was breaking things a lot, to get introduced to computers at a very early age. So I would do things like basic programming and CorelDRAW, DB2 database, and all of that. So I had access to a lot of things. And then from there, studying electrical computer engineering, I found out that maybe programming wasn't exactly for me. So I worked in telecoms for a bit, first doing some programming, but then building infrastructure. And then I went from there to, from building infrastructure for mobile technology to building global network infrastructures, the things that connect, the bolts and nuts that connect the internet today. And software engineering again came when I was a project manager working on projects like that. And then that led me into transformation, and then back to infrastructure. And now I work with a data platform. I currently lead the project management function within EMEA, which means basically I run the operations for professional services for EMEA at MongoDB.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause for that. Yeah. So one highlight that we'll bring out from there for you to note again is that there is a passion for it, right? He kept mentioning the passion for something. So regardless of whatever it is, if you have a passion for something, right, definitely it's something that you know that you can go for it. Okay, I'll go to our last speaker.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Akintomi Waboladi, and they call me Akin at work, and friends call me Jebo. Frank call me Jebos. So I actually started my journey. I was fortunate to study computer science, but I never wanted to study computer science. While growing up, we used to watch different kinds of movies. I love building explosives because of the movies we watched. So I wanted to study chemical engineering. So unfortunately, I couldn't get admission to study chemical engineering. And that frustrated my mom a lot because I happened to be one of an outstanding student in secondary school. So she then felt, African parent, one or two, they start thinking, is this not too diabolical or something is really going on? So she took me to a pastor then. And the man said, kneel down. I'm this kind of person who doesn't really, I'm not Nostradamus. I really don't know what's going on in people's mind. But so I didn't kneel down because I really do not believe in prayers then. So the man said, Mama, let your children, so myself and my elder sister, we went there. He said, Mama, let your children let them go and study computer. And in Africa, or let's say Nigeria back then, when you tell a child to go and study computer, it's like that child is a troublesome child. So you are sending that child to learn typesetting and printing. So I felt to myself, like, because I know a lot of my friends who were, when you leave home to learn how to for computer training, more of what they teach is typesetting and printing. So I was like, no, I'm not going to be doing this. My mom said, don't worry, I'll get you one big space where you can have different computers. People come over to start doing photocopies. I was like, so I didn't want to give in for that. So fast forward, I got admission into Federal Polytechnic, then studying computer science. My first day in class was chaotic because I wanted to go to university. I used to pass JAM, but because I wanted to study another course, which is chemical engineering, just be building explosives. And I couldn't get admission into that university. Then I went to Polytechnic, and on getting to Polytechnic, I told myself, like, I would actually be one of the best students. So having acquaintance with friends in university back then, I know they did majority of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. So I took all of my notes to Polytechnic, thinking we'll be doing all of that. My first day in class, they wrote Introduction to QBasic, computer programming. Then they were writing different programming syntaxes. Then I stood up confidently and I said, this is not my class because I've been to my friend's class in university. So, and it was a whole lot of, there's so many people in the class then. I remember we are 200 plus. I stood up confidently and I stepped out. While going out, the woman called me, young man, where are you going? I said, I'm actually going to my class. This is not my class. And she asked for my matric number. And with, Polytechnic, with matric number, you can easily dictate the department you are. And the woman said, young man, this is your class. You don't even know what you're doing. So people make jest of me that day. I felt so sad. And I went back to my seat. Each time I look around, I see some of my classmates looking at me with that kind of vibe. Then I told myself, I'm going to lead this class, and whatever it takes. So immediately, I remember I called my mom, and she was like, see, I'm quite busy right now. You've been giving this course, just turn your profession to be your passion. That word really didn't sink in me that day. So I just told myself, like, okay, I will make sure I lead this class, and whatever it takes, I'm going to give in. So I have no computer. Fast forward again, I started learning, cramming coding, just to make sure I haze the class, lead the class. And I went back home, and I used to have this concept of softwares are not built by black men. They are usually built by white heads. And we're a fan of saying these things are built by Indians, these things are built by this. So I really did not believe that scope. But when I saw it firsthand, practical, going to labs, and I was like, oh, this thing is really good. And when I happened to attend orientation programs, and I was accustomed, and I was told that this is a pathway to liberate yourself from apparent skill deficiencies and also to be rich. I had to sit back again and said, I need to be here. So I put in my energy, I was consistent, I was resilient. I got my first software engineering role even while in school. I was anywhere, and up to this particular level where I'm currently leading a cross-functional team in one of the leading banking industry in United Kingdom.
Fantastic. Let's give him a round of applause. One insight I will bring out of there is commitment, right? Commitment, giving yourself that push that regardless of what it is, even though it feels like it's not for me, but I can go for it. And that would take me to my next question. So how we're going to do it, because of our time, is I'm going to be throwing the questions to Ross, and I'm going to be telling the panelists who's going to take the answers. And then if there will be any contribution from any other panelists, you can add to it. All the while, I've been noticing that your backgrounds are actually basically sciences, right? Engineering. Now, my question is, and this is going to Dr. Habi, must I be an engineer, or must I be from the sciences for me to be able to transition into tech?
Thank you very much. The answer is no. And tech is, I always say that tech is wide, IT is broad, right? But anybody can get into tech. Anybody can get into IT, basically.
So even if I read history, I can?
You absolutely can.
Okay.
And that is when they were talking about being able to learn, the ability to learn. Most times when you go to school, you can study anything, but what school is actually teaching you sometimes is how to actually learn, how to actually be able to research, how to actually be able to get knowledge or seek knowledge, rather than, even when you're studying maths, it's actually trying to teach you that, okay, this is how to be able to approach a problem and solve a problem. That's why when you have equations, sometimes you can solve simultaneous equations with different methods, right? So there are different ways to approach things. So as long as you have that interest and you are willing to learn and you really want to go into it, you don't even have to really go to school, right? Take, for example, I know some people may not really like the example of Bill Gates, or who was, he was a school dropout. He actually didn't finish. He actually didn't study a degree. Then he went back, but he didn't study when he actually started Microsoft. So it's passion. You can learn as long as you can pick a book, a logic. Codes is all about logic. That is if you're going into coding. Again, IT is broad. It's all about coding. There are different ways of getting to tech or into IT. But nowadays, especially when you talk about AI and training models and all those kind of things, you need a little bit to be able to at least code a little bit, which is really important. So you don't have to have any degree or be into sciences. Just have that willingness to learn.
Fantastic. I'm sure that answer will allay our fears. Let's clap for her for that. I mean, because I know a lot of people here will say, all of them, engineer this. Me, I read history, So where is my own place? You've heard that. Regardless of your background, all you need is the kind of commitment that our panelist, Akintomiwa, has, the commitment, right? Having that passion to forge ahead.
I wanted to add. I wanted to give an example. Actually, when we were talking about that, it dropped in my mind. I have a colleague now who is a senior consultant. He doesn't just do developing, he's full stack. And as a senior consultant, that means he's advising at enterprise levels. And that means anything can come to him. He studied sociology at the University of Ilorin. He came for his master's in Glasgow, I think, studied some social sciences. He's worked in the US, worked in Canada. He's now here in the UK, working as a senior consultant within a tech company. So it's like Dr. Abi said, it's a broad scope. It's finding a niche and bringing your skills in there and just learning. Do it.
Thank you very much, sir. So that tells you that the world of IT is wide, right? And there's always a room for you to come in, depending on where you want to come in. Like Dr. Abi has said, if you want to go to programming, you want to know about coding, you have the passion for it, why not? If you want to go into the level where, our panelist, Mr. Dedeji, is talking about, maybe you just want to manage programs, you want to manage projects, there's a room for you. Like, for example, the reason why I actually put that question out is myself sitting here, right? I had my first degree in history and international studies. I had my second degree in history again with strategic studies, you can imagine. And I'm right here sitting in front of you as a certified business analyst. So I work with you guys, we build things together from back end, front end. And one thing I want to say here before I move to Akintomiwa for the next question is, I remembered one thing that Dr. Abi mentioned is about learning. I know I have some people here which definitely have spoken to one way or the other or have actually coached. I told them about a time when I can remember how many times I slept on my bed when I was trying to transition. Because I knew that I've never been in this terrain before, right? So I need to recover the time, which means that sometimes I may not have to sleep. I have to study. So that's one thing I always tell people, right? So if you want to transition into where you have never been, there's possibility. But you have to be ready to be committed, and you have to be ready to learn, to study. Okay, so I'll go to Akintomiwa now, straight away. Now, what do you believe are the top 3 skills that will remain relevant? Because here, the topic is future-proofing tech careers. So what are the top 3 skills that will remain relevant for tech professionals in the next 10 to 15 years, regardless of how technology evolves?
Yeah, that's a good question. If we strip away the current trends, AI, cloud, blockchain, over the next 10, 15, even beyond, there are still probably 3 paramount or 4 skills that everyone needs to have, regardless of your discipline. The problem-solving skills and critical thinking is quite important because companies, organizations really want to pay you for untangling complexities. They don't want to, so tools and technologies or languages will change. However, they want individuals who are critical thinkers to be able to get things done. Secondly is adaptability. The most future-proof professionals are not those that knows everything. They're the ones that can learn, unlearn, and relearn. Tech grows or changes rapidly fast. I remembered maybe 10 years ago, we were using Symbian's Java phone. And what we used to, majority of the applications that runs on those kind of phones are called midlets. Some of us use BlackBerry, and those phones are no longer here. But there were some engineers back then who were building solutions around that particular period of time. If you're not adaptable, you're not progressing, and you're not changing with time, when Android came out and Google released that note, you won't be able to transition. And the last one is communication and collaborations. Tech is no longer built in silos. There is global collaborations. There's a whole lot going on.
Especially when the COVID thing came in, people have to be in US,
Exactly.
working with people in India, working with people in Colombia.
Exactly. So those 3 skills might look like a soft skill, but I'm not going to say AI, cloud, because for you to be able to thrive in those domain or those niche, you need to have those 3
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Please, let's give him a round of applause for that, because the reason why I'm saying this and why I so much love that answer is because you did not hear him talk, you have to know how to code very well. You have to be a very good programmer. No. Most of the skills he mentioned, many of us here already have them. All you just need is to sharpen them and definitely transfer them. Thank you very much for that answer. I don't know if any other panelist wants to add to that before I move on. Okay, so my second question will go to Brother Deji. With AI and automation reshaping industries, I know there's a lot of noise about AI and automation now. These days, automation has been for long, but AI is now, and I know recently we heard about Salesforce chairman coming out boldly to say, almost 3,000 or 4,000 people were let off because AI can do their job. So, with AI and automation reshaping industries, how can tech professionals position themselves to complement rather than compete with these technologies?
Yeah, I think the question you gave already has the answer when you said complement rather than compete.
Yeah, I know this question is also coming to you because I know you're an expert in that, but I want him to.
So here's the thing. The thing is to listen to trends. And this is why I say to people, if you hear in the last 3-4 weeks what has been going on in the news, in the US, there's a $500 billion that no one knows where it's going to, that is being talked about. In the UK, there's a 5 billion or so, if I can remember, that Google alone is investing in the UK. There's more in the US, there's more all over the world. Now, what that means is that the rise of AI and automation is bringing about opportunities in other areas, in other sectors. You're going to have, we were talking about healthcare earlier on today. There are issues of ethics, of privacy, that are beginning to come up with the use of AI. So how do we solve those problems? And that goes back to what Akintomola was talking about before, where the critical thinking, there's a problem solving, there's a problem that this new technology would bring, and how do you key into solving that? Part of it could be in terms of our infrastructures. There's infrastructure that needs to be built to support it. So it's identifying what those new areas that would open up as a result of all of this would be, and keying into that. The thing to not do is to be an ostrich, put our heads down and say that AI is coming and it's not coming for me. If what you do is repeatable, if it is data-based, because you can't read data as quickly as technology can. If it is repeatable, if it's data-based, then AI is coming for it. But then what it means is that we can look for opportunity outside of that, the opportunities that this bring about. And those could be areas where in tech one can still flourish.
Thank you very much. So I will push the same questions to you, Ma, because I know you are an expert in the AI world. So I would like you to give us, from the back of what Brother has given us, just to give us your own opinion about that.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. In addition to what Brother just said, to actually future-proof your career as well in terms of AI, you have to, like he said, you have to go for that problem solving and solving humanity, the big humanity problems, and that is, there are loads of problems coming up. There are loads of problems in the health sector. There are loads of problems in sustainability sector. There are loads of problems out there that I would say yes, go with the trend, but don't really just go with the trend, but go for the problems. And that is the way to actually future-proof your own career, and that is what we're trying to use AI to solve as well. So like Brad just said, AI is solving or trying to solve all those repeatable tasks, and when the people, when they were talking about, how it was improving the performance and efficiency in their place of work, that is basically what AI is trying to do. It's a tool, but we have to be able to learn to use those tools. We have to be able to collaborate with it. We have to make AI our own co-pilot. So we have to be able to lead AI, train AI, tell it that do this, and at the same time, it's not about being what AI can do nowadays. Again, that's the future. It's about what AI should do. So you want to think about ethics, and those are, again, the future of work as well, because people that can think of what should AI do in terms of ethics, in terms of compliance, in terms of governance, those are the people, again, that, will be on cake later as well, because all those things come there. AI is so broad, but one thing is do not compete with it, but instead make it your own co-pilot.
Fantastic. So if I hear you correctly, what you're trying to say, just for clarity for those that are listening to you, is that we need to reshape our soft skills in understanding what the clients want, what those that the AI are going to help, what really are they looking for. So it's not just putting things into AI and say, do this, but is what AI doing exactly what the people want? Then who would think critically, critical thinking that Bro Akintomiwa mentioned, who is going to sit back and collaborate with these people to say, how exactly do you want this product to look like, right? So that, okay, we can go back with the software engineers and talk to our AI and say, okay, can you do this? Okay, let's teach the AI things like that. So I believe that it's for us to be able to build those skills so that we'll be able to direct even AI itself, as it were. Because, like I used to tell people, like those I coach, I tell them, personally, and I'm sorry to say this, Dr. Abi, I'm not someone who really believed AI is going to take away anything from anybody, right? I believe that we are the ones that are still going to control AI. Because one way or the other, whether machine is working, there's still a human effect behind that machine working. Imagine I come to work, maybe I work with Brakenton in NatWest one day, and we just came back, and then we see a lot of 300, unresolved issues. Maybe in the midnight, something happened, the light trigger off, AI cannot even do anything, So who's going to pick that up? So sometimes AI, we should always remember that the AIs are also definitely machine. Like Dr. Abi mentioned that machine learning, you have to teach it what to do. So there's still some people behind that will teach. So why can't we start thinking about, okay, what are the things, those people that are teaching these systems, what they do? What exactly, how can I be in that position? So it's just the same way we mentioned, it's just about you thinking about how to do what? To transition into areas where you will be needed. So one thing I've learned again from what Brother Digi mentioned is that don't be static. IT evolves. Dr. Abi has mentioned it. Brother Digi has mentioned it. Brother Akintomi has mentioned it. Don't think that, oh, yes, I'm now here. I'm happy. I'm now in IT. Before you wake up, what happens? Things have gone. So now the trend is you have to stand up to it, look for maybe some courses that you might need to add to your knowledge, all right? And so on and so forth. So thank you very much for that.
Can I just quickly
Okay.
say at the back of that as well?
Yeah.
AI is not yet to replace people, but in reality, it will replace you if you do not collaborate with it. If you do not learn how to use it and try to master it and make it work for you and actually amplify your value with AI, it will replace you. So I was talking with someone, a developer, last week, I believe, and we were talking about introducing some features into a product. And it was against it. It was part of the company strategy. And then we were just chatting and it was like, oh, this AI thing, oh, it's some jobs were lost, XYZ, and, and stuff like that. And it's actually a developer that has been in development for many years. It's not a baby developer. And we had that conversation about, okay, the truth is that you've got to be able to adapt.
Yeah.
You've got to be able to learn. You've got to be able to use these things because at the end of the day, it makes the life of the people easier. And that is the purpose of the AI is a tool, right? And I said to him that, okay, you use a particular IDE. That's not the IDE you used to use. That's not even the version of the IDE you used to use. Sorry, IDE is like an environment where you use to develop applications. And that changes often. You have version 10, version 11, it just keeps changing with new features and a better way to use it, right? So after having that conversation, and I said to him that, take for example, he's not Nigerian, he's white, but I then explained to him that in my own country where I grew up, when we used to travel from where I grew up in Ile-Ife, we go from Ile-Ife to Lagos, we used to pass through toll gates, right? And those toll gates, you had people there with Fan Yogo. I don't know if you remember Fan Yogo. Yeah, Fan Yogo and all, and we are always looking forward to get it to toll gate and get. But now, there is nobody there. It's all automated, right? You get to car park, there are no car park attendants anymore, right? It's now you have your camera just flashing your, taking pictures of your, reading your plate number and knows how long you've stayed in the car park. All those things are AI, right? And some people used to do that job. Maybe they still have some roles now. Maybe they now know how to maybe use that tool now in a different way. Because obviously, if it goes wrong, you still need to press that bell to say that, help me, right? So, but it's reduced that makes something smarter. But how are you then transitioning into the next thing that will make you relevant?
Thank you very much for that.
So I just wanted to, I worked at a place until recently where the question they would ask me every quarter is, what part of your job can you automate? So what they are encouraging us to do is to look at our tasks and look at how we can use technology, not just AI here, to make it more efficient, so we can be more effective. I was saying to my wife also earlier that 25% of the time now, what I'm spending doing is where can we use automation within our processes, within the teams, to make life easier for the teams and for them to do what? To then spend time with our customers and delivering value. So the key thing is what value. So if you say, I do this, I typeset, what is the value of your typesetting? If you say that I do design, what are you trying to achieve with the design? And that's the question that is being asked of tech careers now.
Thank you very much, sir, for the panelists. And this takes me to the next question. However, I think we've answered this next question because the next question is talking about continuous learning, right? And the question says, in a world where skills can become obsolete quickly, especially in the IT world, what practical strategies would you recommend for lifelong learning and career agility in tech? So let me start from Brother Akintomi.
Well, I would say there is there's something we call depth in technology now, where if you are not continuously learning, I mean, I would say when you imbibe a culture of bringing in learning into your daily activities, then you tend to thrive. For instance, if you dedicate 30 minutes to 1 hour every day to learn something new, and not just learning, putting it into practice, and also probably find peers or colleagues who can stretch you, and finding mentors. Some people are not coachable, some people are coachable. If you truly want to break barriers and thrive, either you're a beginner or you are mid or you are advanced, regardless of where you are, you need a good community to thrive. And one thing you must always do is continue to learn. Tech or any other profession is volatile. So if you're not learning every day, there was a time a friend of mine collected my phone and he saw almost 98 tabs on my Chrome. And it was like, why are you not closing all of these things? And it might look as if I've so many tabs I have opened are one or two learnings. I probably, because it's either I'm catching train or probably I went to bat my hair and there were queues and so many other things. You always want to learn new things. So if you try as much as possible to set, and that comes with discipline, right? That's why I said commitment. So if you are so committed to, regardless of what happens, I'm giving 1 hour to, so we should see learning as not a phase, but a lifestyle. Something you need, it's a culture you need to imbibe. And that's the only way you can get to that place you dreamt of.
Thank you so much. So that's just confirming for you, if you're in the IT world or you want to come to the IT world, as it were, you should know that your learning is continuous. You can't just be stagnant. So even when you are on the train, you have to be what? Learning. I remember, I think there was a time, I think I met with maybe one recruiter or so, and then we were discussing, and then he looked at it, and he looked at my background, and then looked at everything and said, wow, how come I was able to acquire all these certifications, within the short period of time, And to be honest with you, I looked back, and what I did was, whenever I'm at work, right, and probably I find myself doing new tasks that probably I have limited knowledge about, the next thing that is on my head is, I need to stamp my authority in this area. And what next? I just go for, it might just be 2 weeks course, 3 weeks course. You wouldn't know how far that can go. I did that one time, sir, and then I went back to work, and I was able to create a kind of framework and everything, and my boss was like, how come, within this short period, are you able to do this? And I told her, I said, yeah, I went for a course just 3 weeks ago, and it was like, how did you find time to even do the course, even when we are in the middle of a project? I told her, I said sometimes, I have to wake up early or wake up in the midnight. And do you know that alone, we had nothing to discuss during my review? Because she was just like, I know this guy already. Do you get the point? So why I'm saying this is because this also helps you even when you have to do your maybe quarterly review and everything. Because if you have a culture of continuous learning, there's no way your boss will not definitely know, because it's going to impact on your output. But imagine you just stay put, doing like AI, doing what AI do. You are repeating the same thing every day, every time. No dynamism. There will be a problem for you. One day they will just tell you, it seems we need somebody else that can actually take us, just like what Brother Adedeji has mentioned. That's what businesses are looking for now. So believe that we are all learning, and we are looking at, and we are picking up some point. So this question, I know within my question we have answered some, so I will not repeat them because of our time. I'm trying to round off now. This question will go to Dr. Habi. So Dr. Habi, looking at it, human skills versus technical skills, right? And I'm intentional by asking you this question because I do. Yeah. How can professionals balance the demand for strong technical expertise with the increasing importance of soft skills like leadership, communication, and adaptability? I know it could be conflicting now, right? Looking at that, we have talked much about those soft skills. But now, how can those strong skills, right, from your own perspective, how can we balance that?
Okay, I think we've already said this, and we can't say it enough, that, again, learning is basically the new job security. It's just the next thing, right? And micro-learning, again, is really important, like Mr. Tomiwa said, right? Yeah. Macro-learning is really important because 10, 20 minutes, it doesn't have to even be an overnight thing. But it's amazing when you say that, okay, I heard about, maybe the first time I heard about AI, let's say that, was maybe 5 years ago. Imagine you've been learning about AI 10 minutes every day. Imagine the vast knowledge you have on that right now, right? So it's just macro-learning. Any little time you have, like you said, on the train, wherever you are, learning it. And again, these soft skills, wherever you are, transferable skills, they are really, really important. Communication is key. Your technical skills, learning to code, getting certificates, doing everything, might be able to get you through the doors. You might be able to get your first job, but that won't sustain you. You have to be able to communicate. You have to be able to relate. You have to be able to collaborate. You have to have those soft skills, team spirit, to be able to actually progress your career. I know some people were talking about networking earlier, talking about, being able to be in a community that passes on those information. They all balance this out. They work with your technical. Yes, your technical skills are there. The soft skills are as important. In fact, in a way, more important, because you could always use those to build up on your technical skills more.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abi. And that reminds me basically of what I do. When I work with software engineers like those on the panel, I realize that most times what they build, right, is actually banked on what we bring to them. Because as it were, right, like the business analyst, for example, the project managers, right, they go out there, meet those that will use these systems. And there's something we call requirements gathering, right? They ask them, how do you want this product to look like? Now, imagine if, for example, those that are in that situation, they could not actually collaborate well with those that will use the system, and they collected wrong information, and they give it to those that are going to code it. Obviously, the product that is going to be built will be what? Will be rejected. So that is where I agree, and like you have said, collaboration, right? Good communication. You need to understand. And like I used to say, communication is not about me talking and you responding. Communication starts, in fact, what actually makes communication more important is listening. Do you know that Prof can tell me something now and says, it tells it to my ear and says I should tell it into the ear of Brother Adedeji, and tell Brother Adedeji to tell it to the ear of Brother Akitomiwa. By the time it gets back to Prof, it will be something else. Prof will be wondering, this is not what I told the first person. So that is how much, communication can be important in product development. So thank you very much, Ma, for that answer. And then I think this will be my final question as we round up today. And I will go here straight on personal branding and visibility. I know we have one of our technical lead here who is going to be taking us there, but I just want to ask us, as a final question, personal branding and visibility. How critical will personal branding, online presence, and thought leadership be for tech professionals to stand out and remain relevant in the future job market? We all talk about this LinkedIn, visibility, LinkedIn, and all this stuff. How will that, have effect, in future for us to future-proof, our job? So I'll start with you, sir.
So that's a two-sided coin and question. The one thing is, because I've spent some time building, well, I had a team, but building as part of that team. And one of the things that I have seen in that journey is where there's a disparity between the person I'm talking to and to what I see on the CV on LinkedIn. And that happens a lot. So the first part of it for me is you build your brand by the excellence you exude at the work you do. Yeah. So what are you known for or by your closest colleagues? That is the biggest brand you can have. Because here's the thing, and for me once, I left an organization and went into another. And my colleagues at my old organization were saying best of luck and all of that. One of them wrote a very lengthy post on my LinkedIn page about how the new organization was lucky to have me. My colleagues in the new place saw that, and that changed. I mean, not changed. That ushered me into a level of respect. Now, I didn't do it myself. Somebody else did that. So that's one side to it. People have to know you for excellence and for due diligence and for the competence of what you do. That's the basics of any branding. Then you can now talk about how you brand yourself online and thought leadership. Of course, for tech, one of the things that is most respected, you cannot go past a level in most, when I say big tech, not the four. Yeah. You cannot go past a level unless you are able to show, you're going to be able to point to thought leadership and things you have put out there. So it is very essential for one to be able to, as you learn, also put materials out there as part of that branding. So they're very important. But then you have to be, so once again, what you put out there, the question is what's the value? You can say I was a software engineer at best organization in the world, OpenAI. But the question they will ask you is that while you were there, what did you do? So what should be in your brand is what you have achieved. Yeah. What should be in your thought leadership is what you have achieved and how you have gotten there. And I think, yes, it's essential, but those two things are essential also in building that.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And I think while you were talking about the branding, this reminds me about, there's a particular, recently, I think there's a particular visa now, they call Global Talent Visa, And I think this is an area where, we may actually start looking at also, as people in tech, you would not know how much impact you have made, until when you have this information. And information is key, especially in this country. Just recently somebody mentioned it to me, and I looked back truly, and I looked at it and I said, even though I may not actually need it outrightly, but I look at it and I said, wow. And when Brother Edge was mentioning now that what you have done, right, is good for you to publish it. And I remember that even before you can become a professor, I know professor can confirm, before you can become a professor in any university, they will ask you, what are your publications, right? What have you done? Let's see what you have written out there. So guys, these are, things we need to learn, and I believe you have learned a lot. Okay, ma. I want Dr. Abi to give us a final word now, as far as all that we have been speaking about is concerned, and what you would want our tech guys, out there to know.
Okay, before I give my final word, it's just going to be one line that my final word is going to be. I'll just quickly add to what Brad just said about your brand and your, I would say your portfolio basically is your passport. And what I would like everyone to know is that don't wait. Yes, we're all trying to get certifications, we're trying to learn stuffs and things. Don't wait till you get that job before you start learning those skills, right? Your portfolio, start building stuffs, start putting stuffs out there, because those your portfolios are actually your passports. That's what you need to use to showcase yourself, to land yourself in that next role as well, and also be able to grow from there. And one thing I would like us all to take away again is still tied to continuous learning, and I would say that don't chase title, just chase growth. Keep learning and just keep chasing growth. And the world is your oyster. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So let's go to Abrakintomiwa. What's your final word for us before we go?
My final word would be around still, what Mr. Didiji just said earlier. Sometimes when, around personal branding, sometimes people think you are showing off, but it's better to show up. And I would like to use the biblical illustration of what we can easily see as what happened. There was a time, we all know this story, where Goliath reached out to David. And he was like, guy, not just waste your life. Come on here and go home. Because I wouldn't like to kill you this way, you understand? And David was like, and that was when David started showing up. He wasn't showing off. He was saying, see, there was a time leopard, lion attacked my father's days. It was, all of those words were quite provocating in the ears of Goliath. Goliath then he was now shivering, and that was when he was so provoked. And David told him, I'm going to do this in the name of our Lord, right? So my final word is, as a potential, future professionals, what you need to do is to consistently stay committed, resilient, and improve yourself by pushing out your content out there. Sorry, for global talent, on what he had said earlier, I remembered a lot of people missed out that opportunity because, and I'm fortunate to be one of the exceptional talent. And I was fortunate because I pushed out my content. I use social media.
So you're sorry to cut, just to let them confirm. So you're saying that you actually were able to have that global talent opportunity, right?
Yes.
Fantastic. So the reason why I mentioned that is just for them to see that it's happened, right?
So
and it's happening.
Exactly. So it's all about your experience, what you've done in the past, the visibility. And so when people are telling you you are showing off, just look at them, keep showing up, and that's it.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. So 3 things I want us to take away. Keep showing up, right? In the tech world, right, it's not called pride. It's called what? Showing up. And secondly, continuous learning. You keep learning every day. Don't be stagnant. And finally, have that global visibility. Let's give them a round of applause again. Thank you very much to our panelists. We can be like this till next year, if you like. There are a lot to learn in IT, but I think we have really learned a lot today. And you can meet with them if you still want to have some chats. And I would say thank you very much for listening.
All right. It's a long day, and I think it's worth it, right? Please, we still have things in stock for you. I'd like our panelists to just come in quickly to take pictures. And everyone, all on the panel. No, they can just stand. Okay. You can join them. While they are taking their pictures, the next person sitting next to you, just do a selfie of the person with yourself and share that picture on Instagram, LinkedIn, WhatsApp status, and, TikTok. Thank you. Put it there. Just personal branding has started. Career advancement 2025. All right, so to push us further in the next session, and after this session, we're going to have the last session for the day. I think this also is one of the things we need right now, based on the last question. And what we are going to be doing now is personal branding. how can you optimize your LinkedIn? Some of us, if I ask us right now, show me your LinkedIn profile, Yeah, and LinkedIn is different from Instagram. It's different from TikTok. So LinkedIn is more professional. So that's where your recruiters go to look at you, to see what you are doing. Right, so again, join me as I invite to take us on the employability session. Join me as I invite Ibiyemi Fashikpe.
This one, click this one. Is this slide? Just waiting for my slide. Good afternoon, everybody. All protocols duly observed. It's been an amazing session, and I want to say thank you to everyone that has put this together. It's really, really amazing. Okay, we're here to thrive today, and I have the opportunity to share with us building a LinkedIn profile and a personal brand. My name is Ibiyemi Fashikpe. I work as a senior business analyst, and besides that, I've built a personal brand for myself, and I'm also the founder of Innovate Path Consulting Limited. So I won't go into all of those details because I know we are running short on time. Okay, just a quick game to kind of build my idea of building a personal brand and why it's important. And I do feel like Bro Deji and Bro Akintomiwa has helped me a lot in what I want to talk about to further tell you why it's important in today's world to build a personal brand. Okay, so when you see this picture on the screen, without saying the name of the person, what do you immediately think about? Absolutely. When I see this picture, I see consistency. I see fervent prayers. I see 7 a.m. prayers. Gathering over 200 to 300,000 people every morning is no small feat, and a lot of people cannot do it. For the past 5 to 6 years, he's been doing that. Okay, so the next picture, when you see this, what do you think about? Not the name of the person. What do you identify with the person? I can't hear the answers. I was hearing the previous answers. I can't hear this one. Yeah, entertainment, TV. Yeah, success when someone has gotten to. Yeah, impact when someone has gotten to the highest level of their career. So this tells us why a personal brand is absolutely critical in today's world. And the good thing about building a personal brand is that it's not age dependent. Anybody can build a personal brand. Kids even now have personal brands. Okay, so let's move along. So if you see how fast it was for you to mention these people like us that have built personal brands for themselves, some of them have built it very not intentional. It's just happened because of what they're doing. Repeated signals, what you do every time for people to see online. So if you do repeated signals and you're doing it in your house, in your office, is not documented in public, that is not the kind of personal brand I'm talking about. I'm talking about the one that when I search you on Google, it's giving me a lot. And it comes from repeated signals. And that's what a personal brand is all about. Okay, so I just want to share quickly on how I've been building, and it's still a work in progress. I remember a couple of months ago, I sent a DM to someone I really admire, a very young person. I don't know if anyone knows her. Her name is Global Temi. Very fantastic person. And she's my mirror. She's the dream, speaking in UN, speaking in UNICEF, and all of those amazing things. So I sent her a DM, and she looked at my profile, and she followed me immediately. If I was not building a personal brand, then there are no chances that she would follow me, because she has over 100,000 followers on Instagram alone. So a few months ago, I was featured on Her Spotlight, which is a female publication, and also on The Nations Nigeria on International Women's Day, which was really, really special, and also Crest Africa, and others as well. In November of this year, I'll be attending an award as a finalist because I started building my personal brand. So November of 2024, I had an Instagram page that had about 90-something followers, and I decided, okay, I'm going to convert this page into what I want to start talking about. If you hear Brad, you said something that is very important. So many people are on LinkedIn, a different person, in their real life, a different person. But the kind of personal brand I'm talking about is a value-driven personal brand. Okay, so I'm going to move us along. So what really is a personal brand? Because it sounds like a buzzword, like a technical jargon, and a lot of people overcomplicate it, and you're not even sure what is a personal brand and how can I get started. The beauty of a personal brand is you don't have to work in tech like our amazing panelists to build a personal brand. You can be a cake baker, you can be a school teacher, and you can build a personal brand. During the networking session, I had the opportunity to speak to, I can't see her in the crowd, but she does cakes for the church. So I'll give you an example of how someone that bakes cake can build a personal brand. And this is not you taking still pictures. So you bake cake, and all you do is taking still pictures of your cake. That's not going to build a personal brand for you. Because people like to identify with a person. They like to really connect with an individual, and that is how to build a personal brand. So the cake example, if I were to build a personal brand as a cake baker, what I would do is, when I have an order, I would talk about how I am baking the cake, when it goes into the oven, when I'm putting all the amazing things that they do, and I would try to stand out so that when someone comes to my page and sees my cake, they can't just let go. So you say, oh, follow me on this day, I'm baking a cake for a beautiful princess. You don't have to show the picture of the princess for data protection. But my point is, when you share your story, people connect with your story faster than taking still pictures of a cake. You would never be able to build a personal brand like that. So repeated signals that people see from you, your work, your ideas, the way you want people to identify with you. So I'll give you an example. My major color is red, and that's the color that I show in everything that I put on social media. So if you look at my slides, I've got yellow, that's my primary color. My secondary colors are yellow, black, and a bit of white. That is building a brand because I want people to remember me. So today I would not put green, blue. No, that's not how to build a personal brand. It's not a logo, but a logo is also important because when I see your logo on the first day and I see it next week consistently, I remember you because you have shown me this is who you are. So in the previous examples of the pastor, he's going live every morning, every day, consistency. That is how he has built a personal brand that is extremely magnetic. When we talk of personal brands that are magnetic, that is an example. So imagine you walk into a room, and before you get there, everybody identifies who you are. It's not being famous. A lot of famous people have built personal brands before social media even became, very, very blown, as it were. But some people are intentionally building a personal brand. Building a personal brand does not mean that you need to be famous. I'm not famous. But the people that I speak to and buy into my products and services, they know exactly what I have to offer them. And they are the people I want to connect to, not the other people. So you have to know that when you build a personal brand, your own crowd will find you in due time. So let's just carry on. So how do you start building a personal brand? The most important thing, and Brother Akitomiwa said that, document your work. I've spoken to a lot of people that talk about global talent, visa, and all that. If you don't document your work and they try to find you out, there's nothing they can say about you. And it's not even just about global talent or tech. You can build a personal brand as anybody. So anything you don't want to share, because some people might say, I hate social media, I don't want to go on social media. We've passed that level. If you don't want people to see something from you, you do not share it. Personally, I don't share my family. People don't know who my husband is on social media. And I went on Google one day, I just put my name, and I saw Ibiemi's husband. I'm like, oh, are people checking who my husband is? But people really just like to gossip and see things that you've not shown to them. And if you don't share it, they would never find out. So that should not stop you from building a personal brand. As we go on, I'll show you the benefits of building a personal brand. Share what you are learning as well, the projects you're working on, the messy middle. People like to see things that are not just perfection. They love it. It's just the human nature to build connection with your person. So I started posting, like I said, on November of 2024. Very random. I didn't even know what I was doing. But soon people started aligning me with clarity, project management, business analysis, personal development, and people were coming into my DMs to share their personal problems. That is what building a personal brand is, and it all comes from your consistency. Some people will post on social media today, they get 1 like, 0 like, they run away for 1 week. That's not the way you build a personal brand. You consistently do it. If you research back to people like Oprah and you read their story, you realize that when they started, it was messy. And even as a black woman, she consistently shares on how she's had to build a personal brand, and is doing it consistently. You know, even the owner of Facebook, Mark, will also have a personal brand for himself. Why should he build a personal brand? He owns the platforms we're using, but platforms can crash, the jobs can go, your personal brand would always remain, and that is why you have to build a personal brand in today's world. Okay, so how do you start? What are you good at? I'm not talking about the fake one. There's something you can do and talk for 1 hour without rambling or stuttering. There's something you're good at. It can be cake. You don't have to build a personal brand as a very influential person. You can actually become influential from building a personal brand around cake. You know, there's this man, Charles, I can't remember his last name, is the owner of Fastest Cakes, and they've gone very global. They've taken across Nigeria, and they're in South Africa. He just opened in London recently. And I was reading his story of personal branding. Every video you see from this man is wearing a white and he's wearing like a Yoruba filler. Every of his video. Why should he do that? He's already successful. But building a personal brand is way beyond building a business. You can build your business, but your person is what can sell anything at any point. Okay, so where do you want to show up as well, and how do you want to show up is extremely important when you're building your personal brand. Pick the platforms you want. We have Instagram, Facebook, and the likes. Choose the ones you want. You don't have to be everywhere. Don't spread yourself thin. Start small, and from there, trust me, the people will find you. That is for sure. The real secret to building a personal brand, number one, is storytelling. This is absolutely important. If you just go into ChatGPT every day and copy and paste to LinkedIn, you would not build a personal brand like that, because stories stick. People never forget it. So storytelling is absolutely important if you want to build a personal brand. We see people that own very fantastic organizations, even the big tech. You see them online, they are doing Instagram lives, they're doing Facebook lives. Why should they have to do that? Because a personal brand is amazing. You see people, they've made millions of pounds because of their personal brand. I'll give you an example of someone that has a very magnetic personal brand. I don't know if anyone knows him, is Myron Golden. He has $1 million offer and people buy. He shows up on YouTube Live every day. I learned so much from him. So building a personal brand is not, there's nothing to form, or it's not showing off. It is just you documenting your life in public, and the right people will find you. You will always talk about how $100,000, $200,000, and one person is buying this offer because of his personal brand. Your consistency is the most important part. Myron would always talk about how he started on YouTube because he just loved talking on camera. He never knew that YouTube could pay him when he started posting on YouTube. And then his daughter told him that, do you know that you can get paid for what you're doing? He was like, what? You mean I will keep showing up like this and they're going to pay me for it? He started doubling down on it, and he earns a lot of millions of dollars from YouTube. So intentionality as well. Don't build a personal brand random. I saw something on social media recently. Someone says, please don't dress like your problem. Everyone is facing something at different points in their life. We don't need to know what is happening online. You have to be intentional. about your personal brand so that the people you want to find you will find you fast. This is so good now that you can post something on TikTok and 1 million people can see it if it's really, really done well. So community is also important. Community will only come if you start. You know, sometime this year, I literally just went to WhatsApp, clicked the plus sign, and I did create community. How funny of me to think people will want to join my community. But then I was the only one there, and at this point we have over 1,000 people there, and I attract them from my content on social media. That is the beauty of community and also starting something, because those people will keep buying from you. They will never be tired of buying from you if you have something to sell for them, and that's only if you want to monetize your personal brand. Visual hook as well, very important. It has to be visually appealing. You know, just nothing too busy. You could just even do on a white background as long as it's consistent. Your value is the most important part of it. People would unfollow you if you don't have value. You might be the finest person. You know, people say pretty privilege is a thing. But when pretty privilege expires, the value, what do you have to share to them? And also your credibility. This is extremely important. If you go to my Instagram page, the first thing you see on my Instagram page is one of my publications pinned to my page. Because I want people to land on my page and see that I'm credible enough for them to have conversations with me. So these key points, if you want to start building your personal brand, these are the secrets that you need to have at the back of your palm. Okay, we're nearly there. I just want to show us what it looks like. So this is my LinkedIn page. As you can see, I said previously, my color is red and is consistent. So my LinkedIn page is over there, and you know, routinely, if I see somebody's page is better, I normally make changes as well. You have a banner that is nice. When somebody comes to your page, they can immediately see your banner, a nice picture. It's funny, but it's not funny. People have pictures on their LinkedIn that looks like a 1995 picture. You have to invest in yourself and have a very nice picture on your LinkedIn profile. Instagram as well, my red is consistent everywhere I am. And this LinkedIn post, very random, but it reached 155,000 people. If we had 155,000 people in this place, it would be massive. So building a personal brand is the best thing that anyone can actually invest in this modern space we are in right now. So what should you include in your personal brand? And I'm trying to speed up now because I know we're running out of time. Your identity, who are you, who do you help, and what do you stand for? What do you help might not be something you want to do first of all for your personal brand if you're not monetizing. But if you are an expert in your field, there is no reason why you shouldn't be monetizing, and you want to say who you help. The beauty of personal brand is you start. Once you start gaining momentum, everyone wants to get a piece of your value, and they are willing to pay thousands to get what you have. So you have to be clear on who your identity, who you help, and what you stand for. Number 2 is receipts. This is very important. People want to pay you if only they've seen you've helped other people. So if you don't have any receipts, you've never helped anybody, start with your family and friends, and I'm sure if you do something that's valuable, they will give you a success story, your project, your wins, and your behind the scenes, and your distribution is also important. Where should people see you? You can't be on TikTok, LinkedIn, everything at the start. I'm on everywhere, but I didn't start like that. I started on LinkedIn and Instagram, but now I'm virtually every social media platform. Okay, so pages you can show up, like I said previously. If you're starting, I would recommend Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn, because TikTok, I don't know, that place, it's very, very Gen Z, but if you're very, very modern and you can catch up, why not? You can also go on TikTok. If you want to go viral quickly, TikTok is your best bet. Okay, what do you need to show up? Your camera, your tripod, your mobile phone. You don't need to buy a very expensive camera. Your mobile phone is enough, and have good lighting as well. Lighting is so important. You can't do videos and everywhere is dark. People will just skip your post. So it's extremely, extremely important. Okay, so for your LinkedIn, these are the things that you must remember. Have a nice picture, like I said previously. Have a banner, your promise. If you're not monetized, don't worry. Just put your title, project manager, whatever your title is. Headline, extremely important. Who do you help, what results, and how you help them as well. Your story in your about section. Don't just go to ChatGPT. A lot of people do it. I'm on LinkedIn. What should I write in my about? ChatGPT doesn't know you, even if you train it to know you. Be intentional about yourself. Write it in a human language that if I read it, I can really connect with your person. AI is here, I know, but so many people are using it to just sell something, random. So be very, very intentional about your About Us section. Proof how you help and call to action if you are monetized. Your featured section as well, we have that on LinkedIn. Put very nice things there. The very first 3 to 4 things that I see would help me to know if I want to follow you on LinkedIn or any other platforms. Your experience, use numbers, outcomes, how many people have you helped? We've helped hundreds of people to move, so I always put that there on my banner and every other place. Your activity is very important, even though, to be honest with you, it's time consuming. I don't really do this, but LinkedIn and all these platforms, they want you to spend time commenting on people's posts and all that. And if you have the time, it will really help you. But if you don't, then you don't need to worry about it. Post consistently. This is the best advice. If you don't take anything away today, the consistency of building a personal brand will help you faster than a nice color or a pretty face, So be very, very intentional about your consistency and tell a story. And finally, make sure you have links, a website. Literally, AI can cook up a website for you in 2 minutes. So have a website, have something that people can check if you want them to buy into your services. We're nearly there. What are the benefits of building a personal brand? Money. I talked about Myron. He has 1 million offers. You should know that if you don't have $1 million to pay Myron, you are not his target audience. So money, both active and passive. Passive in the sense of digital products, you're sleeping and you're making money. Number 2 is respect and recognition. This is extremely important if you are building a personal brand. I remember attending an event in London sometime this year, and they had people like Obi Kubana, Grace Ofure in that meeting. But I knew who the host was. The host was Paul Fo. I don't know if anybody knows him. He's a sales coach. So I knew him personally. And with that, we were able to get into some kind of the things that you would not normally access if you don't know anybody or if you're not building anything for yourself. So it helps you to get respect and recognition. You can have respect offline, definitely, but I'm talking about the online respect and recognition. Also, speaking engagements, this is a very important benefit of building a personal brand. Everybody wants you to share your knowledge with them. Brand deals and collaboration, you can work with Google, Microsoft. Never say never if you start building a personal brand. Visibility as well, and impact and community. So these are the benefits of building a personal brand. And like I said previously, everyone, regardless of your sector, you can build a personal brand. I hope that has been convincing enough for you to go and build a personal brand for yourself. I don't know if anybody has any questions before we wrap it up. Any questions? That's stressful.
That's the question.
Yeah, I heard what you said.
So how do you generate the content? How do you generate the stories? How do you come about it? How do you then maintain
the
how
consistency?
Do I?
Yeah, that's a very important question. So while I'm taking that, I'll just move to the next slide in case you want to connect with me. I've just talked about personal branding. Help me to build my own. So please scan the barcode and follow me on any of the platforms using the barcode. So building content, to be honest, is really stressful. There's something called content strategy. You don't just wake up and say, I want to show up on social media. It's not going to do well. I've had opportunities where my posts on TikTok, they've gotten to 150,000 views. On Instagram, I've gotten 60,000 views. And one thing is, for sure, you must strategize. So what I do is, I would normally sit down with a pen and paper, based on my content pillars. So my content pillars are personal development, mentorship, project management, business analysis. So I'll sit down and say, what do I want to talk about in this video? Or do I want to do a carousel, visuals, or what do I really want to do? And that will help me to understand the content. So it starts from the topic. When you get the topic, you then start to say, okay, how do I want to tell this story? So that topic is very important. I'm currently doing 30 days challenge series to post 5 days a week on my Instagram page. Sorry? No, that one was the LinkedIn challenge. This one is me personally doing it, right? So I'm challenging myself to show up 5 times a week. And it's tough because 2 days ago, I recorded 5 videos. And when I finish recording the 5 videos, I will now start posting them Monday to Friday. So, we have tools like teleprompters and a lot of things that you can use to build that consistency. Because where a lot of people struggle, to be honest, is that consistency. You do it today, people will forget you. Even if they follow you, they'll realize that this person has not been posting. They'll just unfollow you. So if you really want to build that momentum, you always have to be consistent. And also people that can mentor you as well. In my journey, I've had to connect with a lot of people that can support me in digital marketing, in content creation, people that have done very well for themselves. And I've been able to build those relationships because I keep showing up and they see that I show up. I do a lot of YouTube study. Personal branding, digital marketing, content creation. So you always have to also study and get better at what you do. So it starts from a topic, an idea, and then the story, a call to action, and just set up your tripod and your camera and don't overthink it. You don't even know the content that will do well on social media. Any other questions? Any other person? Just don't care. And if you're really upset about it, you can delete the comments. That's the good thing about social media now. Somebody puts a comment that you hate, you don't like, just delete it. But to be honest, as you grow, you have 1 million people following you. Not everyone will like you. Some people will even follow you just to see, okay, what's she doing? Let's see. So don't care about it. That's the most important thing. Not everybody likes Bill Gates. Not everybody likes the owner of Microsoft, but do they care? No. They keep raking in their dollars. So please ignore them and just keep growing. Yeah.
You understand what I mean?
I hear that.
But you want to create video. So, like I said, between written content and visual, either both pictures and video, which one would drive traffic more? Then if you don't want to show your face and you want to create video, what are the best, alternatives to actually do that? Thank you.
A lot of people don't want to show their faces. To be honest with you, you can build a brand without showing your face. You just do a lot of people have built brands from quotes. I don't know if anybody knows Ifedayo Agoro, Diary of a Niger, is it Niger Girl or something? She built a personal brand without showing her face. She was just sharing people send her DMs, she respond to the DMs, and a lot of people started following her. But recently, she's now overshowing her face with her husband and everything. So to be honest, you can start. But people buy into your person. They connect with you faster. And I don't know why you don't want to show your face, because you're a very handsome man. So show your face on social media. And the final question was about which one is better, videos or still pictures? Videos are better because Instagram would show your reels to your non-followers. But if you post pictures every time, you can go viral, but videos will go faster, especially if they are short and straight to the point, and non-followers can see your video as well. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Right, guys, I must say a very big thank you to you also for being patient all the day long, From some came as early as 10 o'clock and you've been here, but you've done well and you are still here. So let's just end it, in the next, right, thank you. So the last session, to call it a day, please help me welcome our professor, as he is going to take us on the keynote talk. And yeah, Professor Taiwo Efunlogbo. Over to you.
So how do I navigate? This, okay. Oh, thank you very much. My name is Taiwo Efunlogbo. My name is Taiwo Efunlogbo. I'm not a professor, but I think the prof name just stuck. They called me that from when I was in the university. So, and I tried to shake it off when I got to the UK, but unfortunately, all my friends came with me to the UK, and then the name just continued. Yeah. So, so today I've been given the topic to speak about, which is the future of work, skills for tomorrow. And I'd like to thank, the organizers as well. It's a privilege to nominate me to speak about this topic today. And also, even understanding that I have lots of quirkiness and stuff, I try to shake it off and say, well, I don't think I'm the one that you need today, but he just insisted and said I must do this. So thank you very much anyway. It's a good opportunity for me. So what is future of work? I'd like to start first by giving us some stories, like what exactly is work and why do we actually work? And what do we mean when we say future of work? What will be our expectation about work? And while I was trying to prepare for this, the most important threat to work for me today is the topic we've all spoken about today, which is artificial intelligence, AI. And in this slide, I've put there skills lifetime because as I was preparing, it took me back to when I first came to the UK back in December 2003. I started work very quickly. And that, again, is a concept of future of work for me. And how did I start work very quickly? I mean, I got to the UK December, and then I was staying with my friend. We was a mate in school. We were roommates. And at that time, when people come to the UK, you get to do any jobs that you get to lay your hands on. For that time, it was a work situation. The work situation then was you do whatever you get to do. You go to do security, you do whatever your hands lays on to do, which is a good thing. God encourages us to do that. But when I got to the UK, as God will have it, 3 weeks into my getting to the UK, I got an IT job. But how did I get it? And I started thinking, while I was in the uni, I had prepared myself for the future. So I had done certifications. When I was doing my IT, for example, I had managers and I had team leaders that didn't have Cisco qualifications. I had a CCNA. So even when everybody's saying, go and do IT support, and there is a problem, they say, oh yeah, you come here. Should you say you have CCNA? Oh yeah, we have BGP problem. I don't know. I just read it. Okay, just tell us what you've read, right? But when I came to the UK, someone gave me an opportunity. God gave someone that assignment to give me that opportunity. And he said, I have 5 sites to connect. And I don't know how to do it. Can you do it? I put my CV, show yourself, right? So I've learned a lot from everybody as well. Personal branding and showing yourself is not right. So I put my CV online, and then he called me to say, oh, I have this site. I've never done it before, but I've read about it. I've learned. I've written it down without seeing the router. So a lot of people say, oh, when you go to university, well, there is no wrong or right. So in my life, I have learned to say, being fusy. So, and I learned that word when I went to do a master's, which I didn't finish. Yeah, but I still got a postgraduate certificate. I went to do a master's in intelligence systems and robotics. I got fed up with not doing anything, and I saw this course, and I'm like, oh yeah, that was like in 2018 or 2014 or 15. So I said, I'm just going to go and do this stuff. And I went to that course, and it taught me something that is not only tech, but something that I use in my life, which is fuzzy logic. And what is fuzzy logic? The idea is just that there are no two extremes. So there are two physical extremes, but you can always just stay in between the two physical extremes. So, which is, do you like bread, for example? Some people might say, oh, bread causes this particular type of disease, but that's a lot of generalization. So my concept of life now is I'm always in the middle, right? So I go back to the skills lifetime. So when I came to the UK, there were some people that I met in workplaces. Most of them were very senior to me, but they were my very good friends now. And some were doing SAP. I don't know if anybody knows about SAP technology. SAP, it used to be kind of like database on the mainframe, computers and stuff. So at that time, a lot of people that were driving the big cars and doing what we call IT now, they're probably SAP engineers or SAP technicians and technologists. Then what I found out was while time went on, most of them started losing their jobs because there was distributed computing, they call it, and then there was databases, so there was small commodity computers, and SAP was going away. And they started losing their jobs, and this new SQL people came in and they started getting the jobs. And then at that time as well, there was Microsoft certification. So, I don't know, MCSA, MCSE, MCSD, and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, she did MCSD as well. Okay, so, again, those sort of people started getting jobs around 2005, 6. And then it lasted till like 2011, 12, and Microsoft stopped MCSA and MCSD, and some of us that did MCSD then, we don't have certifications anymore. But while preparing for this, I saw that SAP lasted, say, maybe 10 years. The 2000s, crash 2000, SAP came in, and then by 2011, there was no SAP jobs. MCSD came in, so that's 10 years. MCSC, MCSD came in, maybe like 5, 6 years, and then it went away. And then Cisco as well, so I'm still a Cisco engineer, so thank God I got my expert's qualification, and 17 years now, so. But then there's no much Cisco jobs anymore. I'm like, we're at the jobs now and stuff. But what's kept me, this is my story, right? So what's kept me is I've learned to do a lot of things, even with Cisco. So Cisco probably is not dead, but it's so much down. So there's cloud, there is, cybersecurity, there's automation, there's DevOps, there's all these new things, they always come. But skills seems to now have a lifetime. With artificial intelligence, it means that when you learn a skill and it's 10 years, or it can last you 10 years or 5 years, these days, it might not last you more than 2 years. And as we go further, it probably will not last more than a year. Now, and that's where it's important to know that whatever skills we learn, and a lot of people have spoken about continuous learning. Whatever skills you learn that you think you have now, with artificial intelligence, the lifetime is quite short, or could be quite short. So what's happening currently, and why is artificial intelligence affecting skills lifetime? Brother G did mention about the $500 billion being spent in the US building just AI data centers. And what they say, AI data centers. So typical data centers, we have databases, we have servers. So I work in data centers, data center architect. So you have all the servers, and you have databases, and you have all these other systems. Now, these AI data centers, they're quite different. And what they are is basically what makes AI is what they call graphical processing units, GPUs. So before now, what we call AI now, it's always been existing. So AI, when you do intelligent systems in AI, there are very knowledge-based types AIs. There's a lot of other AI tools just to understand data and be able to infer from data. But what is changed is there are newer architectures. Even before now, there have been neural network architectures. But with better processing power, it meant that those architectures can grow very wide. And now they say, they call some things like parameters in AI models. And what it means is that it has maybe, they can say 10 billion points for it to map a particular concept. So if I bring Abi or Bradiji now, and I want to know exactly how it's going to behave tomorrow, it is possible. That took me to another experience I had. So I heard about Facebook and Cambridge Analytica, and then about the election. And then I found out that you could learn psychology and learn AI and learn some maths, and they call it psychometric. And you can do it in Cambridge, by the way. And basically what psychometric does is I will give you a few questions. You fill those questions in, and I come back to you in the same thing which all the social media platforms use as well. So basically, with social media platforms, maybe we're not there yet, but if I want to tell you what you're going to do in the next hour, I'll be able to tell you maybe in the future. Right now, they probably can tell us what we're going to do in next week or 2 weeks' time. But that's where GPU is coming. So this, what they are building is, they are all just GPUs, right? To make models and to infer. And it's not only $500 billion being spent by OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank. There are other projects like that. So Europeans have their version, the US, China has their version as well. But why are all these people spending this large amount of money? I mean, $500 billion, that is $500 billion. If I try to multiply that by 1,500, I mean, I can't even, describe how much money that is. Now, nothing is happening in our world in Africa. That's another consideration for another day, right? But there is a reason why these people are spending so much money for AI. Currently, I was watching Bloomberg, again, always learning. News is bad these days. I used to listen to news a lot, but it's difficult to listen to news now. But if you want to develop, I think, again, it's my perspective. I think to develop the ability, or one of the ways to develop the ability to solve problems, or to see problems to solve, is by listening to news. Because you hear lots of stories, lots of challenges, and then you can start, oh, this is my assignment. How can I solve this problem? Micro-learning. Again, Mark Zuckerberg on Bloomberg then said 30% of coding tasks, they call it bragging rights. So 30% of coding tasks or software engineers, they can get rid of because this is being done by AI these days. And Microsoft then came on and said, well, yeah, that's good enough, but like 50% of those coding tasks, we're looking at just doing them like with AI these days. So people are getting replaced. It's not something to be scared of, but that's happening. And then I listened to Asabi's, I called it a deep mind, yeah? So, and he's moved from, so DeepMind was one of those that actually used AI with NHS, right? So Asabi's schooled in the UK, and then it created these AI, machine learning, we call it then, machine learning applications, and it worked with NHS, collected NHS data and all the stuff. And then Google bought DeepMind. But these days, he's still part of Google AI, and he's moved into Isomorphic Labs. And he said something that caught me. I know about CRISPR. So basically, these days, you can have a gene, and then you can edit the gene. Basically cut out, oh, I don't want to lose my hair when I'm growing to like 45 and stuff. And then you can just snip out that part of the gene that can make you lose your hair, and then they merge it back, right? And so those kind of things are happening. Those are happening before AI, what we call AI now. They use machine learning. And someone said, oh, AI and machine learning, or AI is very, very different from machine learning. Machine learning actually was the bedrock of AI, but AI is very, very different. So what he said is they're trying to solve all diseases. And this is what God does, right? And I don't think we're competing with God, right? Because I saw something in the Bible, and it says that God created man in his own image, after his own likeness. So when you can think about God that can solve, we pray and then solves our diseases and stuff, he's just so fast to do it, right? But as humans, we're not going to be as fast as God, but he's given us that power as well to be able to solve all diseases. And that's where we're getting into, right? So the aspiration to solve diseases, and there, COVID in like maybe 10 years ago without GPUs and AI, COVID would have lasted much longer. I think the last pandemic that happened 100 years ago lasted maybe around between 5 to 7 years. But with COVID, because of technology, vaccines and medicines could easily be created quicker. So these things are changing the way health is delivered, the way work is going to be delivered, and it will change. It's been embedded in everything. In this slide, I heard about the ice-breaking industry. So apparently, before refrigerators were created, what people do was when they fish, they go towards the icelands, break ice, pack those ice, and then distribute the ice to different places around the world. And that is to help them sustain their produce. It was a big industry. You can imagine there was no refrigerator, and this was like, it's like, well, it's like we are drilling oil, right? And then refrigeration came during, when there's electricity and all those stuff, second industrial revolution. And people started buying refrigerators. They were not buying ice blocks anymore. If we think about Nigeria, when I was growing up, I think that's what we used to do. We used to go and buy ice blocks, right? Because there was no light and stuff. You could imagine now that everybody have freezers in their houses, what's happened to those jobs. And that's what's happened around that time as well. What's happening now is immigration has its own effects. It's had its own effects. Automation has had its own effects. So, brother, you talked about automating tasks. So every manual task, we try to automate them. So those things have been like, so for example, if they give me, in like 5 years time, 5 years ago, if they gave me a task, a list of commands, and they said, automate these tasks, it will probably take me like maybe 2-3 months of iteration. These days, we had a project recently. They called something DORA. Basically, I can't even remember, but cybersecurity stuff. And basically, the idea is that companies have to be able to report to their users their uptimes and how their systems get impacted by outages, right? So for these tasks, you have to look at all your edge devices, and basically, if you have some automation, you have to then look at all the rules and see what is lacking and stuff. If we're going to we got someone to come and do that stuff, right? Automate the stuff. It's going to take about 6 months. Now, the part of my work, I put it on ChatGPT. What's it called? ChatGPT? Right. I put it on ChatGPT and Claude. And then, now when they tell me, oh, you have to do this stuff now, you just press a button, and it's done. Basically, what's happened there is, if I was going to need 3 months to do that project, now that project can be completed in 2 weeks. If I was going to take 6 months contract to do 2 sites, that's going to be a 1 month contract for me, right? So that means 5 months I'm not working. But those are the things AI is doing. Now, it's not something we should be scared of. It's something we should be aware of. That time is changing. If we're not aware that the time is changing, then the time can catch us unawares, right? So this next slide, very quickly, is basically representing a concept called multi-color simulation. I thought I wrote it out, but yeah, multi-color simulation. So I did another course, right? So I got tired of not doing anything again, and then I went to do a course called financial engineering. So basically, this diagram basically shows that these are all the parts. If you look at the left-hand side, that is what you know. On the right-hand side are the things you don't know. But that's all the possibilities you could have when you get to the extreme of the right-hand side. So with AI, what we're seeing today is the disruption. I think the next phase could be AI working with us. And that's why I deliberately put the hand of a human being into the concept they call artificial general intelligence. And then the next phase, which everybody is looking towards, is what they call artificial general intelligence. And basically is artificial intelligence having the knowledge of everything that we can think of, right? Bao, L, and everything, right? So what does the future then hold? I deliberately put this to say know thyself. And the reason for that is there is no rule, I believe, that this is exactly what you should do. There are some key things we all need to know and be aware of as characteristics, or that will be our characteristics in the future. But first, know yourself. If someone says, talk too much, if you're not someone that can talk too much, you will go into an office where they're talking too much, how dare you will feel, right? If someone says, oh, go and learn maths, and then you decide that, oh, I want to go and fix myself into learning maths or coding, and then you don't, your brain is just wired such, because we all have this concept they call chromosomes and genes in our body, right? Which dictates how we live. If you decide to go and learn maths and you are not meant to be learning maths, then you're not going to. But the way God has created the world is such that whatever your strength is, you will thrive. So I put a statement in there to say, invest time in understanding your strengths. And weakness, actually, that's a typo. But when I was trying to correct myself, then I used my critical thinking brain to say, okay, now that I've made a typo here and like, I should have put weaknesses in there, what can I say? And I thought, maybe what I can say is I deliberately put weakness there because I don't want us to emphasize too much about weakness, right? So let's emphasize much more about our strengths, recognize your weakness. If you think too much about your weaknesses, I think it's bad, right? But know you have weakness, right? So I just give you a twist of what I did there, right? But it is critical thinking. So what are the things that we need to learn? There's something I have to say. I'm so sorry. I'm going to finish now. There's something I have to say. So there was the concept of continuous learning. And someone asked the question, how do you continuously learn? Or how do you, so in my recent PhD that I'm completing, there's a concept I got to know that they called meta-learning. And I used it in, so basically it's using AI, right? So I wanted to use AI to try to look for cows in Nigeria and then try to solve all the pastoralities and cow, stuff. So I decided that I was going to use satellite images and then use machine learning. And then my supervisor told me about meta-learning. So the concept of meta-learning, which we implement using Python code, is basically you break your learning into smaller learning and you continually learn the small learning, right? So that your model can better do a generalization. So if we imbibe that concept into continuous learning, I think it did mention micro-learning. I think Abby mentioned micro-learning. Basically, that's what meta-learning was doing in our Python code. So you write a Python code that can learn small things multiple times. And that way, it generalizes learning, right? So our brain, we use neural networks to try to mimic our brains. But we can learn from those things as well to meta-learn and generalize our learning. And we have to be agile, right? So as I said, skills now have a lifetime. If you know that you're learning something now, if the opportunity comes to learn something else, or you heard in the news, try to learn that, be adaptable to be agile, problem solving, communications. And there's another thing I want to mention, which is entrepreneurial. Now, in my workplace now, I work for London Stock Exchange now, there's the concept they're trying to push, which is you're an entrepreneur, but you're inside a company. So it's called intrapreneur, right? So, and being an entrepreneur means that you can drive change, right? So you are actually driving the business forward. You're not like a commodity task person. What is a commodity task person? If what you do is just, I just walk by script, and you're not adding value or you're not thinking to advance, it's commodity task. And I don't care how complex it could be, AI can do it. Because the way machine learning is very, very different. The way large language models have been created these days is such that they are very, very adaptable and they do good generalization, right? And I'll give you a good, very quick, my last story, my last example is 2018, 2019, I decided to do a project which was to build a trading platform for Nigerian Stock Exchange that can use Nigerian Stock Exchange. So I got data from Nigerian Stock Exchange. So as a market data vendor. So I then started programming. I got someone, I don't do programming, right? So I do network. I'm a network infrastructure architect. But when I was in school, I used to do programming, and stuff. But I learned everything, right? So, in fact, when Dr. Taiwo was doing PhD, I started learning, what he was doing, genetics and stuff, right? So, that project took me about a year, maybe a year and a half, right? And recently, I had to, because I'd used the whole technology and stuff, so I needed to change it to Node.js and, use some other nice concept that all the software engineers use these days, Kafka and all the stuff, yeah, Redis. So I had to refactor it. A project that took me over a year to complete, or 1.5 years, even getting someone to work with me, I rewrote models with Claude and AI in weeks. I built payment engine to complete payments in weeks. If I was going to do that like 10 years ago or 5 years ago, it will take me like the payment platform will take me nothing less than 6 months to build the core of the payment platform. These days, it takes weeks. So the extras I put here is there are basic things I think if we think of the extreme of what AI will do, there are basic things that humanity needs. And someone's mentioned about solving problem for humanity. So if we think extreme, that AI takes over everything and we don't have work anymore, and we are all given universal basic income. Basically, the idea of universal basic income is that if we don't have to do anything, then we just need some money to live, right? So they'll give us all money. But that is if you're a commodity worker. If you're not a commodity worker, people will have to live somewhere, right? So accommodation and properties. And then people will always need food, even when AI does everything, and people will still need food anyway, right? And the last one, which I think we all can aspire for, is we participate in directing the future. And the participating in directing the future does not necessarily mean that you have to be analytical or do maths or do computer science and stuff. Just create the future. Think about the future. Think about the solutions that we will need in the future and direct the future. I think that's all I have on my slide. Sorry I've taken the time, but I hope we learned some stuff, and I hope we'll all have a good future. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Prof. Honorary Professor. We come to the end of the program, and I want to say a very big thank you for everyone, most especially the panelists. If you have to charge us, and if you have to pay you, we cannot pay you. But you guys have sacrificed a lot to be here, and you have been here since 10 here, even before 10. So we cannot pay you for all the hours. But the knowledge and the impact that you've transferred this today will live forever. And I'm sure that many of us have taken the benefit of the advantage of that and take it to the next level. I pray God will help us. God will help you in the mighty name of Jesus. One thing stand out for me today. Like I said, it's one of my, I'm learning from you. But using the mental learning and continuous learning, we need to continue learning. The day you stop learning, the day you start dying. Not only just probably just going back. Why? Because the world will pass over you. So every sector in education this time around is not AI. It's a recruitment number. So in terms that will probably cause the issue of this redundancy, you never can tell what will happen in the next tomorrow in the industry. So as a result of that, let's catch up and let's build up towards the future. I pray God will help us in Jesus' name. I want to appreciate everyone because if we have the panelists and we don't have audience, that's a what? It's a failure. So thank you for your time and God bless us in Jesus' name. Thank you so much. So because it's a church program, we need to pray. So I will invite the Kitonjo to pray as we round up. You are here already, sir.
Okay, if you don't mind, can we rise up as we pray? Father, we thank you for today. We bless your name because you have brought us together to learn at your feet. Thank you for the committee that you've set up to bring these sections to pass. And thank you for the panelists that you have brought to educate us on what to do. Father, we pray that may we not just be hearer, but Father, we pray you will help us to implement what we have heard and let it be beneficiary to us, to our family, and the society at large in the name of Jesus. Father, we pray that you will give us the enablement. As we go home, we will reflect on ourselves and see where what we have heard will improve our life in the name of Jesus. And all the vessels you've used, Father, may you continue to increase them in knowledge, in wisdom, in knowledge, and in understanding. Lord, let them keep on impacting people's life. As they impact people's life, impact their life also. Thank you, blessed Redeemer. We pray that you continue to help us for more programs like this that will equip us and educate us in the name of Jesus. Journey safety to any part of UK you're going in the name of Jesus. Thank you, blessed Redeemer. In Jesus' mighty name we have prayed.
So thank you so much. Safe journey back. And see you, as many of us, in church tomorrow.
Let's go. Everybody, let's back up. She's coming. She's gonna. And I want to know Liam. Brother me. Okay, it's busy. Hallelujah. 4 seconds. Me?
This is second service.
Yes, yes.
And you're singing the
Yes.
usually worship.
Come to worship and pray.
So
Yeah, she's doing worship. She's Jimmy is doing worship.
that one.
Yeah, she sent her own, but it wasn't in document form.
This long one here. All these ones. Is that your own? That's right. What I was going to say is, this one. If you can start from the blessings and honor part of it. This one. Yeah. So we'll start from the like the blessing and honor. I don't know. Is it glory? Glory, yes. So I think the beat for this one is different from this one. So I think we can just do like a start stop kind of singing, which a lot of people do now. Like they start when they finish this one, they do like a stop up and then start.
Hallelujah.
So if you can start from the blessing.
But can I sing it? Because it's for my photo shoot. Can I slow it down? So this one.
Everything.
So I can slow it. Àti bẹ̀rẹ̀ wa. That's my.
There's a way. Let me play. There's one that I listen to. That I get to
Yes. If we are going to try and rush through as
okay, it's this
Oh, please, I'm begging the name of God. Bro, where?
Anyone still drinking there? Yeah? Anyone still drinking?
Yes,
that's So this one was on the floor.
Oh, this one was on the floor. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can still keep it. I'm not sure.
I don't even know. Start showing. If it's not, I'll sing it. And then I don't have like time to long. Well. Let your glory be above. Holy, holy. No, I'm not going to start from earlier. Hallelujah.
slow. It depends on. See, so there will not be like any beat as such.
Okay.
So there will not be any beat as such. You just hopefully the backup can give the backup. So even if it's slow, then when we not get to that,
King of Zion, Judas Lion, reign.
and the second song,
Jesus, reign. Oh yeah.